Bro, what the hell is guitar time? I've never seen that before. I didn't even know we had that. What is up, everybody? How are you doing? Welcome to today's stream. YG Oral is unwinnable today. It's Shell Knight. I have never heard of that. What is Shell Knight? Shell Knight. What the hell is that? I've never seen that before in my life. Fossil card? Okay, that explains a few things. That explains a few things. Oh god, you've been scammed. Oh, let me refund you, Zerubbabel. My bad. Hold up. There's no, the remix doesn't work in this scene yet. I don't know why, but you can redeem it in a second when we leave full screen. I refunded your points. No, it's not a scam. It's not a scam. I've refunded the points. You can do it in a second. Anyways, how's everyone doing? How's life? Welcome to the stream. We have a few things today. Most importantly, I want to look into the current Master Duel meta a little bit because we haven't played in a while. And I also I noticed when I booted it up this morning that we aren't even Diamond 1 yet. How can I not be Diamond 1? How can I host a Challenger Cup and not be Diamond 1? That doesn't seem right. So we're going to see if we can do that. I'm crying about how much Kashtira is going to break my wallet. We'll talk about a little bit of that too. Because I don't want it to be just a Master Duel stream. So we're going to do a little bit of TCG in the beginning as well. And then if anyone wants to talk about any TCG related stuff while we play Master Duel, that's also totally fine. Yeah. I have also mentally recovered from totally awesome being banned in Master Duel. I think I'm okay now. I'll get through it. I will get through it. Did you already talk about yesterday's reveal? I have that planned. We watched it together. At 5 p.m. yesterday, as we always do with these reveals. We will also do that today. We will watch the new reveals today at 5 p.m., which I believe we get the Gold Pride cards today, the full reveal of the archetype. So that's what we're gonna wait for today. We're gonna react to that as well. But as always, in the beginning of the stream, we're going to do a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday, just in case someone wasn't here when it happened yesterday, or some people are new to the stream and haven't checked it out yet. We're gonna talk about what the rarities were that they revealed yesterday, which, after thinking about it a little bit more, I think the reveals yesterday overall were really, really good. Warm up first? Oh, I mean, absolutely. We're still gonna do a round of card guesser. Don't worry. Zeus went up like crazy. I mean, that makes sense because a lot of people now need 2 because of Kashtira. That does in fact make sense. I'm still mad I sold my second ultimate that I pulled from the OTS thingy. I'm annoyed by that. But hey, before we talk about all that, why don't we get it started with a good old card guesser round? Yeah, HZKO is in chat, so we might be able to break like a new world record. Let's go. Is this an what is this? I feel like I've seen this before. This is an incantation, is it not? Is it Talismandra? Okay, well done. This is, I think, Neo Insect. Oh, it's called Neo Bug. Not Insect. But I knew what it was. Hey, that counts. Now this one, is this the Altergeist? Oh, no, okay, yeah. No, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. When I said Altergeist, I meant Wind-Up Magician. This one I have no clue. Threshold Borg. Okay. Six Samurai. Is this United? It is United. Fur Hire, right? Yeah. See, I knew it was a Fur Hire. I didn't know it was Rafale. Oh. Clifford End. Clifford. There's no Clifford End. I'm just gonna skip it. Clive's End. Ugh. They were too clever with the wordplay on this one. Too smart for me. This one I don't know. Johan9, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the early support. Welcome to the stream. This is Blue Eyes. Is this Maiden or Sage? Something with eyes of blue. I thought this was Sage, but if you guys say it's Maiden, then you're probably right. Yep. Oh, this is Breakthrough Skill. Well, some castle. Generator. Generator what? Illusion. Okay. Stop zooming. I don't know what the card is. Well, here I do. This is giving me rocket vibes. This is Striker Dragon, right? It's not Striker Dragon. Magna Rocket? Really? Okay. Well, I got the right vibes, but I have no idea. Assault Dog? Okay. Once again, I have never seen this before, I'm pretty sure. Double Horns? Does not exist. Soul Horns? Ah, it's a super heavy samurai. That's why I don't know what it is. There's a couple tough ones now. I don't feel good always looking at chat when I don't know the card, but like I've I don't know what this is. One of the Dole cards. Ah, yes, it is one of the Dole cards of all time. All right, well. What? The what? The Radiant what? Bro, I don't know any of these cards. This is an old Blackwing though. This one is an old Blackwing. I think it's called Blackwing Gust. Yeah. This one is old, but it was bad. This is Elephant Statue. But I think Disaster. Yep. Is this Sphere of... No, it's not Sphere of Chaos. No shot. This is a Gaia support, I'm pretty sure. This is Gaia support. This is a bad run. It is not a great run. But there's literally, like, what the hell are these cards, dude? Like... Sometimes it's also just luck-based. Sometimes it is luck-based. Sometimes we just get a whole lot... Like, there's so... Like, what the hell? I don't know any of these. After the storm? After the storm. That is that. Okay. Oh, this is a weather painter. Yeah. See, even I'm starting to get the weather painters now. Bruh, Cyber Dark Realm. It's not Xing Zhen Hu. It's not Xing Zhen Hu, but what is the... Is there another one? Is it Replica? Oh, okay. Isn't this old dragon spell? That one, yeah. I don't know what this is. Is this left hand? Yo, that's funny. We had right hand yesterday. This is Cobalt Eagle. Please, yes. It's Dogmatica ritual spell, but then there's like multiple. And is it Calamity? No, it's the other one. Macabre. This is Tri-Eyed Dice, I think. Yeah. This looks familiar somehow, but I don't know why. No, I actually don't remember. Glorious Numbers. Flame Ghost. Flame Ghost. What do we have here? This logo down here is throwing me off. Is this part of the card art, or is this just from a leak or something? Oh, it was just from a leak, right? It's not supposed to be in the image of Shang-Chi. Is this called Toy Wizard or Toy Magician? Yeah. Sage's Stone is what I'm getting. Yeah. Those were the vibes I received. Mystical Cards of Light. This one I have seen. I've seen this one. It's old. Is it Rhinotaurus? Rhinotaurus? Yeah, it's that. I've seen this one. I'm mad that I didn't get that one myself. Oh god. We had Magician and Shark in the same round. It's giving me Gladiator Beast vibes, but I've never seen it before. When did this guy come out? When did they release that one? This is Dark World. Oh god, it's a bad Dark World card. But it might not even be like reinforcements of Dark. No, it's not that. Is it just no? It's come on. It's called Dark World, but the forces of darkness. Okay, this is some magician stuff. You guys know that. I don't know this one, but you guys know this for sure. I'm not zooming further. Magicalized fusion. Yep. Getting Cyber's vibes. Somewhat, but I'm not sure. I feel like I'm supposed to know this. Infra flyer? Okay, I'm not supposed to know this. This one, though, feels very old. Oh, Chain Energy. Whose Challenger Cup are you playing tomorrow? I'm playing no Challenger Cup tomorrow. I'm hosting my own Challenger Cup. This is another Dark Magician support card. Quintet? Nope. The Dark Magicians? Okay. Who is this? Umbral Horror Ghoul? Never seen that. Okay, so the card, the monster here is the Goddess of Sweet Revenge, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think this is the... It's actually... I think it might be Aegis of Gaia. Yeah. Gem Knight. Lapis? Are you sure it's quartz? It's not quartz, is it? Ah, freaking Gem Knights. Rose Diamond. I've never seen this before. In my life, I have not seen this. Number C1000 Numeronius. Yep. Today's a tough round, though. I'm just saying that ahead of finishing with an not so satisfying result. This is a tough round. This is Trevor. I don't know. All Stellar Knights look the same. I'm sorry. Is this Scrap Raptor? Yep. This is like... This is not Dracossack. This is like air something. Like the XYZ override. That's what I said. Oh, the curtain. Wait. Now, what's it called? No, the fitting room. Okay, well. This felt like we could have gone much higher if we didn't get so many shit cards, dude. There was so much like whack stuff in here that I've never seen before. Cause like over 700 is like normally what we get, right? 700 is normally what we get. I failed? Nah, you did not. Like those were so hard. There's so many weird ones this time. This one was... I feel like this one was pretty much impossible to get 1,000 on this round. This order of cards like that. You have to be insane to get 1,000 on these. Now there were at least 5 where HCKO said the answer and you read the wrong chat message, usually mine. I mean, yeah, but that's natural, right? Sometimes it's just like I'm picking up the wrong messages, or sometimes I just like skip before looking at chat because I just think no one's gonna know. It's whatever. And some of them, like Wind Up Shark, I just guessed too. I zoomed too much before I realized it was Wind Up Shark because I just like kind of click. Yep, click. And yeah, it is what it is. Can you share the card guesser? I can share the card guesser, absolutely. There you go. I think for zooming, you need to think about whether the next zoom is going to show something else and either don't zoom or skip. Well, but the thing is, if you want to skip, you have to zoom all the way through. There's no immediate skip option. You can't do that, which is why I sometimes just zoom because I think I don't know what it is. And then, because I want to make my way to the skip button, but then on the second or third zoom, I realize, oh shit, I know what this is, right? This is what happens most of the time. Anyways, that's the warm-up. Let's get into the content. Like I said, mostly Master Duel today, but I'm down to talk about TCG as well. If there's something you guys want to talk about, feel free to. We can chat about TCG as well while we're playing Master Duel. There's no problem with that. Before we hop over though, like I said, I quickly want to recap the rarity reveals for Photon Hypernova that we got yesterday in the influencer reveals, as well as, of course, announce that we are going to stay live until the new reveals today. The new reveals today at 5 p.m. are going to be one of the more exciting ones, or like maybe exciting, maybe not exciting, but they are revealing the Gold Pride archetype today. We should know at 5 p.m. today on the dot, we should know about all of the Gold Pride cards in Photon Hypernova. So that's gonna be something. There is also apparently pre-release starting for Photon Hypernova, so we could also check that out if people are interested. Either way, Gold Pride is gonna be revealed today. 5 p.m. is Central European time, so in about 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, we will have the Gold Pride archetype fully revealed. Or like, not fully revealed, the first wave of support. The Photon Hypernova wave of support is what we're going to get today. And then we're going to know if the first wave is already something that's relevant for the next YCS. For what I'm expecting from it, I don't think that the Gold Pride archetype will be a thing for now. Simply because they only have 5 cards, I think, or 6 or 7 cards for the Gold Pride archetype. So I don't think that's going to be enough to make the archetype fully viable yet, unless the cards are extremely strong. 7, okay. 7 cards, yeah. And also, I am aware that there's been apparent leaks of Gold Pride cards somewhere on Reddit or somewhere deep down. I saw those, but we're not going to cover them on stream until they are officially confirmed, simply because there's been wrong leaks in the past. There's been like, who knows, we're just not gonna talk about it until we know for sure what the effects are and what the cards are. What we do know for sure, speaking of which, is the first bunch of mostly actually pretty relevant and solid cards, and what their rarities is going to be for Photon Hypernova, because on we all know by now about the Kashtira rarities, which are a little bit of a troll despair scenario. Yesterday, however, they did reveal the Gishki support, the Labyrinth support, the Springgan support, Dogmatica support, the new Plunder Patrol ship, and a bit more. And so we're just going to quickly recap on those. The Gishki cards, so far what's been revealed is Gishki Grim, which is at max a super rare. We don't know for sure, but from the lettering we can know that it's not a ultra rare or secret rare. So it could be a super rare or it could be a common. And then we have the Evigishki Neremanas, which same thing. This is something I didn't expect. I expected this boss monster to be like an ultra rare, but apparently they just don't think Gishki is like something that people are going to look after. But I'm happy about the Gishki stuff being low rarity. Even though I do think this card in Secret Rare would have looked incredibly cool, and I don't think it would have been incredibly expensive. So that would have been, I think this would have been a POG Secret Rare, but it's okay. And as well as the Gishki Necro Mirror, which is also not ultra or secret. So also all three of these Gishki cards are only common or super rare. Now the one weird thing that everyone is asking themselves is there's a fourth Gishki support card in the set. There's a fourth Gishki support card in the set, which is the Gishki Rhoda, which is arguably like the best card. I mean, a Gishki Rhoda is really good for any archetype to just receive a searcher spell. And that card has not been revealed. That card just was not in those videos yesterday. In the influencer reveals, the card just didn't show up. So no one really knows if they did this because it's just a common. Maybe they only reveal super rares and higher for the most part. And like Gishki Grim, Gishki Neremanas, and Gishki Necromir are all super rares, and they didn't publish the one that's a common. Maybe, or it's the secret rare, and they didn't want to like for some reason reveal it. But I feel like if that was a secret rare, they would have announced it in that video. Like, why would you not do that? Why would you announce the entire archetype and then not the secret rare? That's weird. But maybe, who knows? One thing that's worth noting about Gishkis, right, is that unfortunately, and I'm also behind on this, I don't have the cards yet. Unfortunately, Gishki Abyss and Gishki whatnot have already been like, they've already spiked in price quite significantly because of the new cards. We can quickly check it out. But yeah, I mean, Gishki Abyss over here is like freaking 10 or even more. So that's a little bit monka. So I don't know if we get reprints of those anytime soon. I hope we do, because it's going to make the Gishki archetype a lot more accessible for everyone. But the new cards, at least, as far as the good news goes, the new cards are not very high rarity. The new cards are not very high rarity, and it is not unlikely, I will say. It's not unlikely that these cards will get reprinted, in my opinion. I think that's like a prime, like, OTS type of common or super rare, because they've never been reprinted so far, and they could just be in OTS, or they could make another one of those Hidden Arsenal reprint sets that they did with Hidden Arsenal Chapter 1, right? Where they reprinted, like, all the Naturias and so on and so forth. Maybe they'll do another one with some more Hidden Arsenal archetypes, which I would think is also, I would also really like that. I really like the Hidden Arsenal Chapter 1, because it also made sure that, like, the Naturia cards aren't as expensive. Like, imagine when the Naturia support came out, all the Naturia cards from way back in the day only having like one print, like could have been annoying. So I was very happy about the Hidden Arsenal Chapter 1, and a potential Hidden Arsenal Chapter 2, you know, can be. Worst set of 2022. I mean, I didn't personally open any. I can't speak as far as the value of the set goes, right? I can't speak about that at all. I don't know. It might have been a terrible set value-wise. I just know that for myself, I enjoyed being able to pick up some of the reprints for cheap. That's what I remember. That's what I know, right? And so for me, in my book, that was at least a positive about it. Maybe overall it wasn't the greatest set, but it definitely had some upside for me personally. So I enjoyed that portion. I also like the rarity, right? I have like lava golems in that DT rarity. I think it's decent. But yeah, that's the Gishki support. And then we have this insect as an ultra rare, which I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is a bad card, but this is definitely going to be a bad ultra rare to pull. Like this is, you're looking at, I think we're looking at a maybe €1 to €2 ultra rare here, unless there's like a random insect deck that's like popping off and suddenly this thing's expensive, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen, or like anytime soon. It's like it's an okay card actually. Like if you're a fan of insect decks or whatever, you can definitely try and pick them up, but they will not be very expensive. This is definitely one of those ultra rares where like It's not a horrible card, but I wish I would have pulled like another good ultra rare. But yeah, it is there regardless. We never get like exclusively good ultras.
Yugioh Heart.
Yo, Nilmi, 5 months already. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Dogmatica support, also good news for any Dogmatica players. That is looking to be very cheap to pick up. The new ritual monster is at max a super rare, like common or super rare. Also the artwork on this one is quite nice. So Albazoa, common or super rare, and the same goes for Dogmatic Cutrix, which is actually a pretty good card. Dogmatic Cutrix is a pretty good card that I don't know if it will see play. Probably not right now because of how powerful the other decks in the format are, but this card is a pretty good card. This card is a pretty good card. So, and it's not going to be expensive, which is good. This one is another, in my opinion, well, I want to say good news in terms of value, right? Like Grand Guignol and Rindbrum are both ultra rares, which are the new Despia fusions. Or this one is a Cartesia fusion, this one is an Albaz fusion. So both of those cards are good. Both of those cards are good, and they both will be part of the new branded deck, in my opinion. Like the new best version of playing branded is going to be playing those cards. Now the first bad news. The first bad news is that I don't think Branded is going to be good until the next ban list, right? I mean, it's going to be okay to play Branded, but it's not going to be better than Tearlament, I believe. So that's the first bad news for Despia players. And the other bad news, in my opinion, is that this actually being an ultra rare, I think that's kind of a bad decision. I think this card would have looked insane as a secret. I mean, look at this background. Imagine that with the secret rare foiling. That would have been insane. And I don't think this would have actually been that expensive. I don't think this would have been that expensive because you only need one copy in like your branded, which is not even meta. So like this card would have not been a super expensive secret. It would have been like 10 to 15 maybe, is my guess. But as it is, it's just going to be an ultra rare, which I mean, it's an okay ultra rare. Like if you pull this one, it's probably going to be okay. Like I can't see this being like super cheap for an ultra. It's going to be like at least 5-ish, whatever, which is like... For ultra rare purposes, you know, if you're looking at a set with strong secret rares, like pulling an ultra that's not worthless is okay. Cartesia is 35. Yeah, but like Cartesia is being hyped, and also you can definitely play more than one Cartesia. This thing I don't think is being played more than once. So yeah. Could be reprinted in Mega Pack as a prismatic secret. That would also look very nice. But or it could be a Starlight rare. Who knows? It's like one of the ones that I actually predicted this one as a Starlight rare for the set, but we don't have confirmation on that yet. Either way, both of those are going to be ultra rares. Both of those are going to be ultra rares in the main set, and that means they're probably not going to be too expensive, because as far as I'm concerned, I think you only need one of each, and that is pretty good. The Plunder Ship is a common or super rare, which is also kind of surprising. I could have seen this card be a secret rare. I could have seen it, but I guess on the one hand, I always feel like people are like hyped about Plunder. Like it to me, from the community, I'm getting the vibes that the community likes Plunder, but at the same time, I never see people actually play Plunder. You know what I mean? It's kind of like this weird thing where everyone kind of likes it, but no one actually likes it enough to bring it to tournaments. So I don't know. Maybe they felt like it wasn't worth giving this thing a secret rare. Yeah. But anyways, once again, this is another one of those where I think it would have been nice as a secret, simply because you could have picked it up still for cheap. Like this would not be an expensive secret, I think. And it would have looked hella nice, probably. But on the other hand, I mean, it would have been a secret that if you pull it, you're probably not going to be super happy, because that could have been a different secret. But there's always some bad secrets. So, speaking of secrets, which are not that exciting, but maybe that does the guy a little bit injustice. Gigantic Champion Sargass is a secret rare. I believe the only secret rare that was revealed yesterday. No, there's another one. I remembered. One secret rare that was revealed yesterday is Gigantic Champion Sargass, which is Springans / Therion support. Which I feel like this is a good card, but it's definitely not going to be the most exciting secret rare, right? Like if you're pulling Sargass or Sargass, you're going to be like, ah, damn, why is this not the planet field spell? But I guess that's the case for every single secret. So Darth Rode, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for your prime. Welcome back. So we don't know about the other Springans card yet. Most importantly, similar to what they did with the Gishki spell, they just left it out. Right? They announced the rarity on Sargass in the reveal video, but they left out the Springans card. This card is good. This card, I'm getting similar vibes. What can I compare this card to in recent times? I'm getting relatively similar vibes between this card and, let's say, a World Dragon Zealantis. Where when World Dragon Zealantis came out, or was revealed, or whatever, or released, everyone knew that it was a good card, right? Zealantis was a good card, but there simply wasn't really a good deck where it would go into right off the bat, right? There's no real deck right now that's gonna immediately want to pick up Gigantic Champion Sargass, right? It's just another of those cards where you kind of know that it has the potential to be good at some point. It's just not right now. I feel like that's the case. Like, Zealantis up until this point hasn't really seen much play. Like, some decks used it, yes. Like, some Pendulum decks used it. Some Marincess decks used it. But it's been very rarely used, although everyone knows that Zealantis is a good card, right? Everyone knows it's a strong card, but no one is actually using it to great success, except for very few individuals. And I think in the beginning, that's going to be the same for Gigantic Champion Sargass. So if you believe in Sargass, if you believe in Springans, if you want to pick up this deck or a deck that plays this at some point, I think you're going to be able to pick this up for relatively cheap in the beginning. And then maybe at some point that's going to turn out to be a good investment if the card ever becomes relevant. But we can't know that for sure, right? Up until this point, we don't know if Zealantis is ever going to actually be broken or just sit there as kind of like a card that has potential but will never really unfold it. And Sargass is kind of in a similar spot as far as I'm concerned. So not a bad secret, but not the greatest one either. Then we have the Generator card, which, as far as I'm concerned, this is a bad ultra rare to pull. Like, I know some people are excited for Generators, and this is not a bad generic rank 9.
Joshua now has perfect
But,
information.
yeah.
Joshy go Rip Ronin.
Getcoin, thank you for the 6 months. Rip Ronin, indeed. Bring it back, please. You can only control Generator Boss of Shadows. Monsters your opponent controls lose 1,000 attack defense. Quick effect, tribute this XYZ summon card. Special summon a non-fairy Generator XYZ from your extra deck. Then you can attach cards from the field and or graveyards to that special monster as materials up to material. It's a solid card. It's a solid card in any deck that can make rank 9s, actually. It doesn't even have to exclusively go into Generators. If you have room for the other... there's some target for this. I forgot which one. It is a good card, but rank 9s aren't really a thing right now. I can't think of a relevant deck that would like to have a rank 9 in their deck. And don't say Virtual World. Like, it's a good card, but that alone, like a card that's good but doesn't see any play, still doesn't usually hold a lot of value, right? But it's still not a bad card. It's still not a bad card, but... you know, it is what it is. Okay, and then Dogmatica Tricks we've talked about. Gishki Necro Mirror we've talked about. Trivi Karma is another ultra rare, which that's one of the cards that you might not be familiar with. It's not really the first card that I see people talk about when it comes to Photon Hypernova ever. But it's an okay card, actually. So what it does is, like, you target a Visas. The first part is pretty much irrelevant, almost. But the second effect is decent, which is you can banish this card from your grave, add a spell trap that mentions Visa Starfrost from your deck to your hand, except Trivi Karma, which, there's a lot of cards that randomly mention Visa Starfrost. For example, Perla Rhino, the new Kashtira field spell. There's a couple good examples. There's a couple good examples of what this card can add from your deck to your hand. So we might see some experimentation with this. Maybe if Pearl Rhino gets limited, you can play this to send it with like Foolish Burial Goods or just mill it from your deck in new Tearlament versions. So like, maybe. Maybe. You don't have to play Visas to use this card. You just want to get it into the graveyard so that you can search a spell trap that mentions Visas. The Kashtira field spell doesn't? Wait, doesn't the Kashtira field spell also search Visas? Don't they all do that? Yu-Gi-Oh! Prime Planet Paraisos. Oh no, it doesn't mention it. Oh, you're right. It does not. You are right. Okay, so that it's Pearl Rhino mainly. It's Pearl Rhino maybe, or it also does like don't all the other Tearlament field spells also just mention it, like Tearlament Scream or some shit? Don't they also mention Visas randomly? Yeah. Yeah. It's all the freaking Tearlament spells and traps. They all do it. So you can add Crime, Sulliak, Scream, Grief, whatever you want to put in your deck. You can like add Heartbeat. It's an interesting card for Tearlament, which we're all excited for some Tearlament support. Nah, that's a cool thing. More Tearlament support. We needed that. We desperately needed that. So yeah, that's an ultra rare. Link is invalid for Challenger Cup? Hold up. I will fix that right away. I will fix that right away. Hold up. Let me do this one. I just changed it. Does this one work now? Can someone quickly verify? Because if I click it, it takes me to the Discord. This one works? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Saved. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate that. Yeah, anyways, Trivia Karma, Tearlament support. Very hype. Very cool. Finally Tearlament support. Big Welcome Labyrinth, ultra rare, which is okay in my book. This is going to be a somewhat sought after ultra rare. I know that I want to pick 3 of these up because I like the Labyrinth deck. I don't necessarily think it's going to be top tier, but I enjoy its playstyle as long as it's not the Floodgate variety. So this is a decent ultra rare, definitely. I think it's gonna hold some value, not super expensive, but like, you know. Definitely a very good card for the archetype. Definitely a good card for the archetype. And then, last but not least, in the reveal yesterday, we had Waybridge, which they've changed the name. They've changed the name from, this card was, I believe, weight measuring in the OCG is what they called it. Waybridge is the official TCG name, and it's a good card. It's a good card that reads, if your opponent controls 2 or more monsters than you do, your opponent must send monsters they control to the graveyard so they only control 1. Now, first of all, it's a trap card. It's a trap card that means it can only be so good, right? There's basically a cap to how good a trap card can be. But it is still a good board breaking trap card. The cool thing about this card is that it's basically, how do you phrase it? It's a mini evenly board clear that also is a good card when you go first, right? Because evenly when you go first is pretty much useless, whereas this card is still very powerful interruption. And one good question being asked in the chat, it does not trigger Tearlament monsters. For example, because tier limit monsters say they need to be sent to the graveyard by a card effect, they do not trigger off of Weighbridge, because Weighbridge works the way that Evenly works as well, which it makes your opponent send the card to the graveyard, which is something that is like super confusing, I believe, to anyone who's not super competitive in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like a super weird thing that like this is not considered sending to graveyard by card effect, but the way it works is that it is not the card effect that sends the card to the graveyard, it is the card effect that forces the opponent to send it to the graveyard. So that's basically the gist of it. Don't ask why this is a thing, but this is how it works. This is not treated as being sent to the graveyard by a card effect, which means that it doesn't trigger, it does not trigger tier limits. On the downside, though, it also does not trigger, it does not trigger your own Labyrinth cards as well, because that's the same thing, right? Labyrinth require you to remove monsters off the field with your trap card effects. This card does not enable you to do that. Do you have a list for Labyrinth post Photon Hypernova? I don't have a fully worked out list. That's something we're gonna do a lot next week. But I'm also gonna talk about that now. I have tried Labyrinth. I think it was 2 days ago. If you want to check out the the VOD on Twitch or on YouTube, yeah. You can do that. There's a list that I used, but it's not super tested. We played like just barely. We barely played with it. So, but that's something I want to do next week, just in case anyone's wondering whether they should tune in next week. Next week we're going to basically, this is the week where I'm gonna be making like serious YCS Lyon preparation stuff, like because we're getting closer and closer to YCS Lyon, and this week finishes off all the reveals for Photon Hypernova. So we're gonna know about every single like TCG exclusive and whatnot, so we can go full on into preparing for the YCS. And as of now, I can already tell you what my current standpoint is on YCS Lyon. I'm down to spend a couple days exploring a couple of the new stuff, right? I'm down to try and see maybe if I underestimated something in the upcoming format, right? Because from my current perspective, I just feel like I'm gonna have to play Ishizu Tier Limit, right? I currently feel like I'm just gonna have to get it twisted and play Ishizu Tier Limit at the YCS. At the same time, I feel like I've had enough like exposure to the Tier Limit archetype as far as playing against and playing with it, that I don't feel like I need like full 2 weeks of preparation for like Ishizu tier mirrors, right? Even with a few new cards sprinkled in, right? Even with a few new cards in the mix, I don't feel like I need to like do it like insane amounts of practice with Ishizu tier. So I'm down to like try a couple of other decks first, and if nothing works, then I'm just gonna like focus the remaining time on Ishizu tier, and that's exactly what we're gonna do next week. Like we're gonna experiment around, see the potential in some of the rogue strategies, which I mean rogue, right? From Photon Hypernova, and if none of it works, if I reach the conclusion that none of it is actually good enough, we're just gonna resort to Ishizu tier, which is pretty much that. This is also, yes, we will also do the Deck Doctor next week. Because of that, I was going to do the Deck Doctor this week, but because of that, I decided to move it to next week so that I can like Deck Doctor the decks kind of like after I've at least like taken them for a spin, you know? Weird question about 1 p.m. Is that GMT for the tourney tomorrow? Live in the States. That is CET, but GMT might be the same time. Hold up, let me see. What is GMT? GMT time right now is not quite. It's GMT plus 1. It's GMT plus 1 is the time that we start tomorrow. Yeah. And this is pretty much the gist of it for Photon Hypernova for today. The Gold Pride cards release at 5 p.m. today. I'm excited for that. We're gonna react to that together. And that being said, speaking of the Challenger Cup, once again, reminder, if you're familiar with what the Challenger Cups are, if you're familiar what the Challenger Cups are, they are, or if you're not familiar rather, they are a tournament series organized by Konami, alongside content creators, which means that they are going to be streamed on content creators' channels, and I'm also part of that. And I will be streaming a Challenger Cup tomorrow. I'm hosting my very first Challenger Cup. I haven't done it before. I'm very excited, and I just want to make sure it fills up. It is, and I'm sorry to say that, but it is EU only. It is completely free, and you can win some nice prizes, but it is EU only. This is the decision because it is hosted by Konami Europe. I don't know the exact reasoning to do this, but it is what it is. It is EU only. But if anyone wants to, either, you can still watch it. Everyone can watch it tomorrow on this channel. I'm gonna be live here. I'm gonna be commentating it. So if you wanna check that out, make sure to follow the channel and just tune in tomorrow. We're starting 1 p.m. CET, which is pretty much right now in 24 hours. Pretty much right now in 24 hours is when we're gonna start the thing. It is going to be in English, and it's gonna be on this channel, and I'm gonna commentate and host the tournament. Or you can also participate in the tournament. If you want to find out how to do that, you can just use !play in the chat, and there's going to be an invite link to the Discord. It is super easy to sign up. It's completely free. Just a couple clicks, and you are signed up into the tournament, and you can participate tomorrow if you have time. And I just want it to be as full as possible. And this is also the reason why we are going to climb some Master Duel today. Before we do that, though, we're going to hop over in a second. Before we do that, I just quickly want to tell you about another thing, which is that Sleeve Chief will be restocking in 3 days, which is they asked me to quickly tell you about this, which is they are restocking, and they are also getting some new stuff. The sleeves in the background here, which look hella nice, which I'm also going to be able to do an unboxing on stream, like the Kurikara sleeves and whatnot. They're really, really nice. And since Sleeve Chief always sells out relatively quickly, I just wanted to let you guys know that they're going to be restocking in 3 days at 8 p.m. CEST. And if you ever decide to order from Sleeve Chief, don't forget to use Josh5 for 5% off. That is all I wanted to tell you before they go missing again, and then everyone is like, "Yo, I wanted to use your code as Sleeve Chief, but everything is sold out." Yeah, that's because they usually sell out relatively quick, because those OCG sleeves are something else. Well, okay, enough with that. Oh, Master Duel has already given up. Master Duel has already given up. And here we go. All right, now the question is, what do we play? Because we are in, what are we? Diamond 4? So it's not that far until Diamond 1. We have the option. We have the option. Oh, there's a remix going on. I almost missed that. There you go. Have you finished the event? I mean, I have, mostly. Is there new missions for it? But I really don't want to. Nah, I'm not going to. This is like, what is this? 100 gems? 200 gems? Nah. 200 new gems?
It all comes down to this. Joshua Schmidt goes for it. Left with 4.
You know what we could do? You know what we're gonna do? At least for a bit. And not for the entire stream, because that's gonna take way too long. But I have to summon this one last time in Master Duel. I have to say goodbye to it. So we're gonna let's just do this right off the bat to start the stream off right. One last toad. Can we summon it and cue a sad song? Okay, what's the saddest song you can think of? What's the saddest song you can think of? I'm gonna cue it up for when we summon Toad. See you again. Oh my god, they summoned Alistair and they're playing 60 cards. I have a dead grass in my hand. Oh, come on. Why? I looked at this grass and I was like, yeah, that's sick. And then the first thing is I look over and it's 55 cards. Bro, Mekaba Pass. Well, we can discard it. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to set Torrential, but I probably am. It's a 60 card deck. It's a 60 card deck. If you Feather Duster me, you will not. You will not. There's no way. No. Okay. The problem is if I Dynamiscus, they can actually, if it resolves, they can actually... They have a trap? Schism. They top decked Schism. I'm so mad. Super Poly, okay. It looks like a card that sends cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard, equal to the difference of the number of cards between your deck and your opponent. Yeah, exactly. So, wait, the difference between our decks, I had 55, they had 54, so the difference was -1. Does it mean Grass, like, draws cards in this case? I don't know. Interesting thought experiment. I'm annoyed by why are they, where's the light monster? Where's the light monster, sir? Hello? What are you fusing? Of course. I don't really want to torrential that, but hear me out. How do I mean, I can trap trick. There's no way they have another trap. I refuse. How do I outgrind Invoker? They banished my Dynamiscus. I'm so mad. So I'm gonna banish. Oh. I'm kind of looking at this Fiend Griefing right now. I was just gonna get a... What's it called? Oh, they might ash this though. No, okay. I was just gonna get a Dynamiscus or something, but I've decided that instead I'm just gonna hit that one off of Backjack, which is much better for me. Okay, we don't get to change the order, but we're just gonna hit a nice trap card. Well, we try again next turn. We go again. Bro, how is their deck now bigger than before? I don't agree to that. You did that. Yeah, it is true that I did that. It is true that I did that. Okay, I'm not gonna torrential this Alistair. Or am I? Well, no, they just make another Mechaba. If you activate this invocation and you have another Mechaba, another trap in your hand, I'm calling the police. Okay. No police is being called. Bro, stop playing around torrential. What do you mean? Ash the Backjack. Okay. Cool. That's good because then they can't Ash Reckless. Probably should have discarded something else for Mechaba. Ooh, IDP. What's Mechaba? Machine? Nope. I can banish Snow and Alistair if they... Bro, the one back row that's not chainable. The one that's not chainable. God damn it. The one that I could not chain. What? You have to banish all your shit. You have nothing left. We almost die though. We almost die. Hey. God. Okay. Well, we need to top deck something though. We need to draw some shit, please. Oh no! Please give me something. What was their hand? El Shadol Fusion and Invocation. That makes a lot of sense. Now, come on, give me something. Okay, that searches Torrential, but I still have to trigger a draw. I'm gonna activate that before activating Reckless, because I don't want to draw into Torrential. Come on. Oh, they played around Anima, and I don't play Linkaribo. Oh, they played around Anima. Well, I mean, we're not dead yet. This feels like a game from 2019. This actually is nice. This actually is nice. Get it twisted, Backjack, please. They drew a monster. Okay. Very important decision here. Very... Wait, why could I not Lost Wind? It's damage step? Well, yeah, but you can activate Lost Wind in damage step. You just can't activate it in damage calc. Wait, I didn't draw! Oh my god, we're dead. That doesn't count. That does not count. That does absolutely not count. I should have torrentialed the Mechaba. So I should have used... but... Bro, this hand would have beat that... This hand would have beat that fool instantly. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm scared of everyone playing Pot of Extravagance. That's just a fact. Oh no, what is it? Lose one turn. Oh no! Bro, 2 out of the 5 cards in my hand are dead. I cannot use them. They are physically impossible to use against this deck. Why? Why do I have a 3-card hand? Oh.
Joshua now has perfect information.
God damn it. Dominator, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Well, I do have Demise, but the problem is I have to set a lot of shit cards to be able to activate Demise. I'm not happy about this. So they have what? Stree in hand? I know Stree. Oh god, why? What type of day is this? Why does this happen sometimes when I just log into Master Duel and the game immediately tells me, bro, this is not the place to be right now. Okay, I'm listening. You have my attention. Three backjacks. And not a single Ronin Toden has been milled. Alright, well done. Okay. Now, why would they do that? Now, why would they do that? I think I'm gonna activate this Canadia. It locks me out of Card of Demise this turn, but hear me out. I think I need to take what I can get here, because I have infinite Paleos. I need to try. I feel like... Okay, so we're gonna get an Olenoids next turn, or Dynamiscus. They're both pretty good cards. Olenoids for free, pops the map, which is good to get rid of, because I kind of don't want to normal summon my Swap Frog here. While a monster is face up on the field, negate its effects during the turn that it was special summoned. If an effect monster is special summoned in attack, I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. Yes. And then I'm gonna set pass, I believe. I'm gonna set the Morella. I'm gonna set the D-Barrier, because the D-Barrier at least I can use just to bring back a Paleo. The Lost Wind I'm gonna end up discarding for Dynamiscus. And if they end of main phase want to use the Dreaming Town, I even get the second Paleo back, which I don't think they want to do that. That would be not very... Oh, well, yep, fair enough. Now, what are the odds? What are the odds that they, What are the odds that they try and raise on my Paleos? What are those odds like? I feel like those odds are not zero. Those odds are not zero right now. Okay, violent crime against my backjack, against one of my 3 backjacks. That's okay, fair enough. Hate crime has been committed. Oh, there he is. Oh, they don't. Okay. The one on the field is returned to the hand, right? So I can just set that again. Oh no, top of deck. Oh, and I'm gonna... Okay. So I have one more... I have one more backjack. So the top of my deck is now another backjack. So I want to normal summon this. Because what is the map gonna do? After they've already gone through their effects. Like, I don't care about that map. Right? Or do they still have Tokan? Oh, they can make another... Oh, no. They can make another... They can raise that. They can raise that again. Oh, no. I'm not happy with what I did. I'm not happy with what I did. I'm very unhappy with what I did. Oh, no. I should not have played into the map. I am unhappy. I am very unhappy. What?
Joshua now has perfect information in.
Joel.
Shurake, thank you for the 5 months already. Appreciate the continued... Yeah, okay. You know what? You know what, chat? I think this is a... Go next angle and ask Master Duel to... Ask them kindly to remove Flanderies from the game. Also... I feel like Konami should consider firing the person that designed Flanderies. I think they should just do that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Bro, what is going on? This is the second 60 card deck. And once again, I've opened grass. Imagine what that would do to the public image if Konami just posted, yeah, we have heard your prayers. We have removed the creator of Flanderies from our company. The Konami stock would raise into like indefinite like insane number. Like that'd be insane. Isn't there better decks to play Toad with? That is blasphemy. You take that back. You take that back. Oh. Best Pendulum end board? Hmm? Infinite negates, pen best deck, let's go. Oh, I get to go first, huh? The first time in 4 games. Hog. Okay. 40 card deck. Of course, now we don't draw the thing. Yeah, the dude. Not in this hand. I use the Swap Frog here. I'm just gonna hope that Paleo and Lost Wind are enough. Oh yeah, hand trap this. Oh, come on. Surely this game we will achieve gaming. Look, we're gonna switch to a better deck soon, but I just want to summon Toad one last time. That is literally the goal. If we've done that, then I can let go. I can let go, but one time, please, is all I'm asking. Is this Toad's funeral? Kind of. Play Sharks then? No, you play Sharks. Oh. Okay. Is this a Toad situation? Feels like it could be. Okay, they draw 2. I can live with that. Bro, I miss Ronin Toadin, dude. It just hit me. Oh, look at this. Whee! Beautiful. Beautiful.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Master Duel might have semi-limited all floodgates, still it looks like you always have the Abo Trap Kappa BTW, hyped to have the Swap Frog badge, gotta work 3 more months for our boy Ronan Josh Ego Ronan.
Yeah, that's right. 9 months already. Thank you, Icentrix. Appreciate that. Enjoy your Swap Frog. Enjoy your time as a Swap Frog.
Combo! That ain't Falco!
Enjoy your time as a Swap Frog. I appreciate you. Okay. No do proc for me. That's quite. That's okay. Math make. Sure. Have you considered the fact that your deck just sucks? Do I need to prevent level 8 synchro? Is Final Sigma level 8? Is Final Sigma? No, it's 12, right? It's not 8. Yeah. Alemberschen. I will Lost Wind that, because it also makes it lower than Toad, which is kind of nice. No circular for you. Crazy little thing called Toad, yeah. Let's see if we get a Toad summon in our standby phase. Let's see. Let's see if they have another Ash. Super Factorial. So wait, what would this make? Do I have to care about this? Do I care about this card? What does this make? I don't think I need to negate that. Go ahead. Another Alemberschen? Well, yeah, I can just book that one. Also, I get Lost Wind back. You fool. Let me just book that for you. Pop. Yeah, that's right, Math McDuelist. That is right, Math McDuelist. You leave. All right, we've summoned Toad and we've won the game. We've summoned Toad and we've won the game. Hey, we leave on a high note. We leave on a high note. Check deck. You want to see their deck? I mean, it was Mathmech. There you go. The most standard deck ever printed. Cyber's Pile. There you go. It's a spoilers. It's a bunch of Mathmechs and a couple hand traps. All right. Now, what do we play? Do we try and shoot for Therions and play some Therion Sky Striker? Is that what we're looking at? Is that the situation? Because I'm kind of down for that. I kind of want to open the Therion pack while it's still there. It is still there, right? Because it also has the Libromancers. And I have nothing from it except one. I feel like opening some packs. Ah, yeah. The old faithful no rainbow pack angle. This one hits right home. Pepega credit? Okay. No Pepega credit. No Pepega credit whatsoever. No, not today. Not today. No Gamba? Oh yeah, I can make a Gamba for the next 10. I forgot. Oh. This is not the Therion I was talking about. Master Duel. Hello? I did not mean Therion Empress Alasia. Oh. Why was there special effects? I hate this. I hate when that happens. That's my least favorite moment. It's only supers, but Borea is good. Reaper is also not bad. Oh, why do I always pull so shit? Where's my streamer luck? Bro, 1 Ultra and it's Vendrit Scavenger. Literally, this is worse than having no Ultra, because we at least get a guaranteed Ultra in the next one. This one is so bad. That's the worst you can get, almost, man. Alright, next 10, we make a Gamba. 30 seconds for the Gamba. Hold up, where is it? Start prediction. How many URs in next 10? 0, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 plus easy clap. 30 seconds to predict. Only 30 seconds to predict because I want to get to opening. Go ahead, go ahead. Gamba your points. Okay, someone just got 80,000 on 5 plus. Oh my god. I mean, I appreciate the believers, but hey, there's no way. There's no way we're getting 5 plus. I've never done that, I think. I don't remember a single time. I don't remember a single time I pulled 5 plus ultras, dude. There's no shot. See, I told you, bro. I told you. It's impossible. It's impossible. I never get rainbow packs. I don't get rainbow packs. It just doesn't happen. Regardless, there is number 1. Oh my god, I hate when that happens. For at least 1 Regulus is all I'm asking for. Stop giving me guitars! Okay, who said Regulussy? You take that back. Well, where are the ultras? Okay. Ask and you shall receive. Okay, I mean, hey, compared to the last 10, that was better. So the outcome was indeed 1 to 2. There you go. Is there a way to just repeat the same one? There is. All right, another one. Another one. 30 seconds to predict. This is also the last one because we will not go Pepega credit. The number of Reguluses that we pull is the number of Reguluses that we will have unless we pull enough other ultras to make a couple. It should be up for everyone. It should be up for everyone. There's some countries that don't have it though. There's some countries that don't have it. Oh, a rainbow pack. Very generous, Master Duel. A rainbow pack. Fog. Dang, I bet 0. Hey, look, I'm not happy. I'm not happy that you bet 0. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, wrong one, but hey, we take it. You still need this Colosseum? That's a UR? I mean, say no more. We're just gonna pull one then. Easy. Thank you for reminding me that I need to pull it. Oh my god, Avenged Savior. I think that means we're gonna have at least 3 Ultras in this. Because there was the Rainbow Pack hasn't happened yet. Herd Ultra? We getting 4? Well, fuck Heroic Call, by the way. Okay. 4 Ultras. I don't remember the last time I pulled this many. Oh, 5? 5? Can we get 5? We get 5! Oh, and it's glossy. 6, 6, anyone? 6? Nah. Maybe though. Okay, 5. 5. Bro, 5 Ultras and only one Rainbow Pack. Believers are eating good today. Bro, that was only 7% that actually believed. There you go. Eating good. Okay, let me see what we can do. Let me see what we can do. By the way, the dual pass, I saw this morning. The dual pass runs out in 15 hours. So just in case you haven't finished it yet, you might want to consider doing that. Especially if you bought the one with gems. It'd be a waste if you didn't finish it. Alright, so where's my Sky Striker deck? Is this a good Sky? This is not. Well, this is a good start. I don't have to look for any other. So, Therions. I have 1 regular. So, ideally, I would be playing like at least something like this. Like 3 Regulus. Reguli? 3 Reguli? Reguli? Reguluses? Regula. No, not Reguluses. Reguluses, maybe. Something like this. But for that, we need to craft 3 ultra rares, which is 90 ultra rare CP. And if you're looking at the top of the screen, we have 1 of those. We have 1 of those. Hold up. Let me see what we pulled. Dismantle selected cards. This. Technically this, although I do think, nah, this can go. I don't know if I'm ever going to play Math Mech, but I'm going to keep that one around because that is arguably, I can't really do that. Why does this always happen? I could get rid of the Flunder cards. I kind of just did that one for, like, for the memes. I could just get rid of these. You can't dismantle Toad. Well, you can dismantle Toad, but hey, if you have a Toad, quick tip, I think you have to wait until they actually ban it. I think you have to wait until the ban list is in effect, and then you get the extra credit. We can just do this, and we can only play 2 Regulus. That's fine. This is looking kind of hot. This looks like a good deck. In my opinion. This is based. Hold up. Why Hita? You probably don't need it. You need triple this Colosseum? I don't know if you need 3. You would play more if I would play more if I had it. I would play more if I had it, but I don't have more, and I don't want to spend money right now on Therions. I don't feel like spending money on Therions right now. MD gem economy makes me so sad. I don't know. I feel like it's not that bad though. Like, even though sometimes I do feel like I can't play a certain deck because I don't have the gems for it. I overall still think it's not that expensive if you just want to like play. Like, I'm not forced to play Therions right now is what I'm saying. Like, I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to do this. I'm just trying to play different stuff.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Love your stream.
Well, at least the Max C resolved, but hey, that's still annoying. Hog, another Max C. Well. Pro DMC, thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. What? Hey, what are you cooking? Hello? Hello? Stop! Stop! Hey, hey, hey! Wait, why this one? What are you... What? Oh, it's oh my god. I was thinking that when I saw their sleeves, I was like, do you think they are actually Dragonmaid player? But they actually are. They're that much of a role player. That's crazy. Okay. They have their own Max C. If they have their own Max C, okay, they don't. You can OTK. I'm not sure if I actually can, because I don't have linkage. Of course, I miss. I don't think this was OTK. I mean, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I'm pretty sure this was just chatting. So sending engage and then adding it with Kagari doesn't really do much. Unless I just use my Called by the Grave, which I don't want to. So I'm just going to send a... What's the best back row against this deck? Widow Anchor? Probably Widow Anchor. Just going to Widow Anchor, add back with Kagari, and then end phase grab and engage. That feels the most reasonable. Sharkan isn't bad into Dragon Maids, but if they don't have setup yet, I feel like Widow Anchor is better. Shark Cannon might be better as soon as they have like full setup. But it didn't look like they had a normal summon, so in case they top deck one, I feel like I want to have the Widow Anchor for it. I'm gonna Called by this, I think. What do you use for your Twitch chat overlay? Stream Elements, I think, is what it's called that I used to make that. Yeah. It was, I'm not exactly sure, but I think I'm pretty sure I did it via Stream Elements and I just followed some YouTube tutorials to do it. Like a while ago. Okay, they have a bunch of hand traps in their deck. They opened... Okay, they opened Gamma, Valor, Ash, Pog. And Extravagance. I don't play TTD in this currently. We had Triple Tactics in the deck at some point when I started testing going second Sky Striker, and it just ended up not being that great. Okay, well, they have 2 cards left in the extra deck. There's Chamber. I'ma anchor that. Now I just hope they don't have like the Fusion Heart Draw or something. And first of all, I don't even know if they have fusions left in the deck. Maybe I shouldn't even have negated that. Wait, Battle Phase? That's negated. Okay. Nice Battle Phase. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love that for us. Now we can. Now I can show you what the Therions do in this. I think we're still gonna go for this. Yeah. I don't understand what the synergy with Regulus and Sky Striker is besides it being a machine. Is it because you can send it itself to negate? It is pretty much exactly that. Yeah, it's gonna summon itself. And as soon as you use it to negate something, you have a free main monster zone again. Hello, engage. Hello. Hello. I'm just gonna Zeke the chamber away, I think. I don't want to deal with that at the start of the battle phase. And then we're gonna engage in Kagari. Oh, Valor the chamber, alright. Not that that does anything. Not like that does anything. Bro, nice Dragon Maid deck. Hand trap control. Yeah, this deck is good. I wish we had more of these Colosseums, but we do not. Can you show the deck for Discord? This is what we currently have, yeah. It's alright. I don't even know what I would take out for more Disc Colosseums. I don't even know what I would take out for more Disc Colosseums. Maybe you don't need 3 linkage? At least the second one would be nice. Upstart I think is too good in Sky Striker. Like, of course, it's like a relatively obvious card you could cut, but I feel like Upstart is just a little bit too strong in Sky Striker overall. So we're gonna go first in this deck, which is why like more Regulus would be really good. Okay, not the best hand, but I have seen worse as well. Especially if Maxi resolves, which who am I kidding, it never does. But like, for example, if we had Regulus here, we would just make a Hayate in between and link that off into Shizuku, and the Regulus would just be a free negate. It would be nice, but they do Valor my Shizuku. I don't actually mind that much. Just one less card for them to have, and makes it a little bit more likely that our Maxi resolves. Because now they have 5 cards instead of 6, and the chance of Called by or Ash is lower in 5 than in 6. But please, for the love of God, I don't want to watch 10 minutes of Math Mech combo. We need more Regulus. Ah. We go for here. Nothing. All right, noted. Okay, they are called Numeron King. They are called Numeron King. Which... I don't know, dude. It's a bluff? Do you think so? I don't know. Some Numeron players are like... I don't know if they think that far. Bro, what's going on? I just can't play. I'm trying to play Yu-Gi-Oh right now, but they won't let me. What am I supposed to get here? I can't get Engage. Linkage? I think Linkage is fine. Lady Debug. Chat, what do you think? Are we resolving this Maxi? Are we resolving this Maxi or nah? Oh wait, I should have Maxi'd already. My bad. Well, we have Cosmic for the Sanctuary, which could be good. Shark Cannon is also really good against Salad. Chain Circle, that gives them Spinny. That means they can play. Why are you talking about Circular? This is a Salamangreat deck. You think they're playing both in the same deck? I mean, some people do that. Discard Spinny to trigger Gazelle. Yep. And now is the point, the moment of truth. If this resolves, we probably just win the game. It did. Okay, Pog. Hello, second linkage. Exactly why I searched linkage is because I was planning to draw another one. Is Salamangreat a fun rogue deck? That's pretty much what it is, yeah. It's like, it's not bad. It's just not quite as strong as some of the other stuff that's running around, but it's definitely playable and it's fun. This is the one Cyberse deck that I will accept. It is also very cheap now with the structure decks, yeah. The question is, am I supposed to Shark Cannon this Spinny? Because that's a lot of special summons that they're going for. I kind of want those juicy draws, and I can still Shark Cannon the Jaguar later. Yeah, you go, King. I'll take those cards. I don't think it can kill me. Because Shark Cannon also prevents Transcode Update Jammer. We also have Ray in the graveyard. I think we should be okay. We also have Veilers in the deck that we can draw into with Maxi for the access code, so... it should be okay. We don't have Nib. I don't have Nib in the deck, but we have 3 Veilers, and we also have... Heat Leo. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna banish the Jaguar. Pop. No more Sanctuary, Jaguar banished. I don't see what they can do. For them, it's not even correct to attack this Shizuku. Will? They could have Will, but even that does not lead to an OTK, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they left. I'm pretty sure they just said people leave. Yep. Nice Numeron deck. Hey, I respect it. Does DCing save them a loss? No, it still counts as a loss. It still does count as a loss if you DC. Which I think is fair. I mean, it'd be stupid if you could just DC every time you lose, right? So there was a time where like in the very beginning of Master Duel, where you could, if you lost the coin flip, you could quickly DC, and it would not count it as a loss. Some people did that in the beginning. It was like very scummy, but some people did that. I'm gonna ash this. I do believe that that's fixed. It hasn't happened in a while, to me at least. I don't remember the last time someone quit against me in the coin flip. I think this is fixed. I'm pretty sure if someone now DCs in the coin flip, they actually just DC'd. I don't think they now have like any bad intentions when they do that. So what we're gonna do here, I want to try and leave this Hugin on the board. Like, not kill it so they can't summon another one. And just, like, go in with Hayate. Just go in with Hayate, summon a Regulus in main phase 2 to stop whatever. And the cool thing is that Hayate, like, I can just beat them down even through, like, one Floodgate, technically. If it's not specifically skill drain. So now I'ma send what do I want? What do I want here? Widow Anchor, I guess. Let's get Widow Anchor into the graveyard. I don't have jamming waves in the deck. So we can try and Kagari this Widow Anchor just so that we can have a negate for a potential next Hugin. Do Runics play Skill Drain in Master Duel? They do, yeah. They mainly do because the other floodgates are all semi-limited. Like most of the good floodgates are semi-limited in Master Duel. And so they play like all of, yeah. See? They play like all of them at 2. So I could linkage to dodge this, but there's no point. There's the skill drain. Cool. I can still summon Regulus for a negate. Why wouldn't they skill drain on Hayate summon? Maybe they just wanted to... There's 2 possible reasons. Maybe they wanted to exhaust one of my Kagaris, which would have been the good reason. Or... they wanted to... they forgot. Huh? Oh, the reason why this fell off, by the way. The reason why this equip spell immediately fell off is because if you negate a card that equips itself with other cards, it loses the ability to be equipped with that card. So it just dies. Because it's equipped by its own effect. Okay, there's Amano, so now we can't negate this. Wait, this stays on the board now. Wait, but it's negated. What is the point? Oh, another monster. That's annoying. I mean, hey, I'm just gonna go in. Like, attacking. I'm just gonna start swinging, I think. Anyways, I started blasting. Yeah, okay, well, nice deck. There we go. Okay, carried to Diamond 2. All right, hold up. We got 100 gems. You know what that means. We have our second field spell now. See? Unfortunate. That would have been so cool, though. But what if? Imagine. That would have been sick, though. Hey, you have to try. You have to shoot your shoot. You miss all the shots you never take, is what they say. That is what they say. Yo, we got 2 pair and an Ash. I also kind of feel like playing Labyrinth. Oh, holy Gold Sark. Is that Despia? Oh, it's Despia. All right. Well, I have Ash for your Bandit Fusion. You better have Called by the Grave. But I'd rather you not have that. I'd rather you not have that, Ling, if possible. If possible, I would rather you not have Called by the Grave right now, or cross out Designator, right? That'd be just like much more chill. Like, it'd be like perfect if you just already had a Branded Fusion and you go for Branded Lost Search and then you activate Branded Fusion. I pitch Ash Blossom and you're so mad that you just leave the game. That'd be so nice. That'd be like exactly what I wanted right now. Okay, or Branded Opening. Fine, fine. You know, you already had... Yeah, okay, you already had Branded Fusion. I see. Yep, that's what I said. I don't know why you didn't go for Branded Lost, but it's all good as long as you don't have that Call by the Grave. There's no way you have it. Okay. Woo! Well, why'd they think so long? What's the reason for using Opening right here? You have Edgem Chain at least? You have Edgem Chain or just nothing? What's your discard? Hello? Veiler, why? Okay, they're going mad. They're going mad now. They're actually going mad. Why would you just activate an Opening? Summon... What? Why? What's the point of pitching that effect, Veiler? Hey, look. That's funny. You would have been better off just keeping that effect, Veiler. I'm gonna keep it 100. Why did you chain Opening to that? Ooh, linkage. Okay, I have enough monsters now. I have enough monsters. You can stop giving me monsters. I'm fine. I'm fine. Game. Linkage. So Hayate, I could go Ray, Hayate, attack directly. Send Rose. And then I would be strong enough to run over Adlib. The problem is that kind of turns on... It turns on Branded in Red, which I'm not sure if they have that, but they could. I'm gonna Hornet Drones. For the 3rd spell in the graveyard. I'm gonna Hornet Drones for the 3rd spell in the graveyard. Then I'm gonna Hayate. Hear me out. Hear me out. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. And if they have some way to interact with Hayate, we can just dodge it with linkage. And then we're gonna main phase 2. Main phase 2. We're gonna send Engage. We're gonna add it back with Kagari. And then we're gonna add Afterburner and pop the Adlib and the back row before they can even use their Branded in Red. It's beautiful. And if we can channel our inner Pascal Keem, we can also draw another Engage off of the Engage, which would obviously be very smart of us. And linkage can dodge Imperm, exactly. Bam. This is Branded in Red. This is... Why did you play like this? Oh, you have Ash yourself. You're... Okay, you're... Yeah, oh, I see you. Alright. I see how it is. Okay, well, but that means that they can't really top deck out of this, right? Because the set card is branded in red. I would bet my life savings on that. Or branded banishment. Like that's what it has to be. What else could it be? So wait, if this card is used as fusion material, so I could go for a normal summon Ray, make a Zeke, banish this thing, which I think I do. It can't be another opening. They would not search an opening if they had an opening. That would make no sense. I mean, I've seen weird stuff happen, but I don't feel like that would make a lot of sense. Okay, I can tell you what the worst case scenario is. If I go for the play... Wait, actually, I think I banished the Aluber. I'm gonna banish the Aluber, because if I banish the Adlib, they have a way out of this. If I banish the Adlib, they have a way out of this, because I'm gonna make Shizuku, and then their possible play could be they top deck Called by the Grave, they crash the Aluber into my Shizuku, and then they activate Branded in Red to add it back to hand, not perform a fusion, just normal summon it in main phase 2 and get Branded Fusion, and then I ash the Branded Fusion, and they drew Called by the Grave. So I'm gonna banish the Aluber to play around that. Read Adlib on field? So what? They can make their monsters stronger, but who cares? I can bring back Ray. I don't care if they run over Shizuku. I haven't crafted linkage yet. Do you think it is needed? If you want to play Sky Striker, I do recommend you play linkage. I do recommend you play linkage. You don't necessarily have to play 3. You could start with 1 because it's searchable technically. I don't feel like you like 100% need 3. I think you could be okay. Feel like you could be okay with like 1 or 2 if you don't have 3. I don't mind, but I feel like you should play the card, yeah. What am I getting? I'm gonna get a Widow Anchor. Just to be able to potentially break any board that they might make. Yeah, hey, you can run over Shizuku. I don't care. Like, what does that do? I just get back my rate. Why do you even do this? Just because it glue? Just because the button glows? I don't get this. Linkage is a starter, yeah, but if you don't have it because it's an ultra rare, it's not like the deck is unplayable without it, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna activate Ray. And I'm gonna special summon Shizuku here, which you just gave me that for free. I'm gonna activate Shizuku. Thank you for the free afterburner, which is gonna pop your Adlib and Branded in Red. Hog. So resolve this. Oh. Now, oh my god, we will never find out. I swear, this had to have been Branded in Red or Branded Banishment. There's no other card that it could have been. What was it? What was it? Okay, it could have been a dead Branded in High Spirits. Could have been a dead Super Poly. But that's all it could have been. He did not add Branded in Red to hand. They added the opening to hand. Oh, they don't play mod. They don't even play Patchwork. That's weird. This is my current deck list. But if we finish the quest... Did we finish a mission? Nope. Did you see the Gold Pride leaks? I have seen rumors of leaks, but I haven't looked at it in detail because I always like to wait until it's confirmed. I don't really like looking at stuff that then may end up just not being the right thing and whatnot. I'm just gonna wait. Bro, it's only like 2.5 hours until we get it confirmed, so might as well wait. How do you think Sprite will be played in Master Duel? As of now, I think by far the best version will be Runic Sprite. And that deck, if we get pretty much exactly Power of the Elements in this game right now, Runic Sprite is by far the best deck. Not even close. That card is limited. How dare you? Do I Ash a Prosperity is the question. I think if they go for 6, the answer is yes. If they go for 3, the answer is probably no, because they probably don't need a certain card. That's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do that. If they go for 6, I'm gonna Ash it. If they go for 3, I'm not gonna Ash it. And then either way, I'm probably gonna get called by the Grave and Cry. Okay, that was 6. I'm gonna Ash that. It's like I see the future. It's like I can see the future. Weird. All right, now what is your deck? Pankratops, Scrap Chimera, Nemesis Keystone. What is this? Dinosaurs? Oh, not dinosaurs. Not again. Oh, God. Can I break a dino board with this list? I don't think I can. Oh, no baby, please. No baby in... They have to have a baby in hand. There's no way they do this if they don't have a baby. Or do I need more hand traps? Chat, do we need more hand traps? They always have that baby. Let's go. No. Maybe we need Nib. Maybe we need Nib. But Nib is so bad against the runic decks and such. Maybe we need Imperm. I'm not playing Imperm. Maybe that is wrong. Nib versus Dino. It's actually not bad against the Scrap version. Of course, you're not killing much, but you kill the Scrap Wyvern at some point, which is good. I don't play Pank because I don't go blind second. My strat is just ignore runic decks. Well, if that's the logic, we should be taking out Cosmic Cyclone for like Nibiru or Imperm. What about Gamma? We could hypothetically play Gamma, but I'm gonna always draw Driver, and that's why I choose not to do that. For my own sanity, I think it would be better to play 3 Imperm than 2 Gamma, 1 Driver. Gamma Delta sounds good with linkage. And what do you mean by that? Like, explain to me what that means, what you just said. Because I'm thinking about this long and hard right now, but I don't understand the synergy between linkage and Gamma or Delta. And what the hell is that synergy? What do you mean by that? Explain. Because as far as I'm concerned, when you have a Gamma resolved, you can never activate linkage. Because then you have monsters in the main monster zone. And when you have used linkage to summon a monster, then you will never be able to use Gamma or Delta when because you have a monster on the field. So literally those cards can never work together. So the cards that you said have synergy have like no synergy at all now. Unless you mean start with linkage and then they go max C and then you Gamma. That is fair. It is another card that can bait max C. If that's what you meant, then okay. Fridge. Oh my god, your deck has so many breaks. Why do you draw Called by Prosperity? Is this Bish Balkan FTK? I hope it's not an FTK. I hope I get at least a chance at trying to break this board. I'm not sure if I can. I probably cannot, but I hope it's not freaking Bish Balkan FTK. Oh, you Indian carrier. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? Buster Whelp? Savage. So what do they make? Buster Lock, Savage, Tyranno? That's fucked. Well, I do have a Cosmic Cyclone. It's not much, but it's honest work. I have a Cosmic Cyclone. Oh, they're not done yet? Oh my god, these scrap cards were also a mistake. Who made those scrap cards? Who made those scrap cards?
Joshua now has perfect information.
Yo, Cryan, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for spending your free Prime on the channel. It helps a lot. Thank you so much. Let's look at something to cheer me up in the meantime. Look at me all happy. Look at the official Challenger Cup announcement. Look at me all happy. This is before all this happened. This picture was taken before I got full comboed by scrap dinos. There you go. There's all the links you need for tomorrow's Challenger Cup are in here. Let's check back. Are we done yet? No, we're not done yet. Okay, Pog. Cool. Very cool deck that you built there. Very interactive. I really liked how your deck plays. Very cool. We need more hand traps. But the question is, what do we take out? I'm not going to take out Upstart. Stop telling me to take out Upstart out of my Sky Striker deck. I love Upstart Goblin. Cosmic might be the call. And then we play Imperm, right? Not Nibiru. And if we play against... We could take out Called by the Grave. Because... Called by the Grave is a good card. No, we won't. We will not. We will simply lose to Runic. And have Imperm against the other X. One multi-roll? I could take out multi-roll. I've usually been searching it. I haven't been super happy whenever I drew it. So taking out one multi-roll in the current game could be okay. You could also... I do not blind second in this list, no. It's just like fine to go second. Okay, well. 60 cards. Okay, Maxi resolves. Surely 60 cards means Maxi resolves. No way it doesn't. Quality hand? I mean, hey. Maxi resolves. This is a quality hand. I'm simply going to draw Ray. I'm choosing to draw into Ray right now. That works. That counts. That counts. I'm going to have to send my Imperm away. Right? I could also... Am I playing Almirage? I'm not. Well, well, well. Do we commit for the linkage or do we wait? Do we commit into the linkage or do we wait? I could also just set imperm, set linkage pass, and then when they play into the imperm, I could imperm chain linkage. I'm gonna commit into the linkage. Because we have Regulus as well. Summon Kaina, link into Hayate so that I can trigger Regulus before battle phase. Got a regional in the weekend of Photon Hypernova release. Any tips to topping? Want to ask? Well, appreciate that. Also, if you want to guarantee a top, you should probably play tier limits. Unfortunately, is the tip. All right. What do you think of Sprite into Photon Hypernova format? We did make a tier list on that like 2 days ago. It's gonna be up on YouTube soon. So !YouTube if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel. There will be an updated tier list for the next metagame in a few days, probably tomorrow. But the short answer is I think it gets a little bit weaker than it is now. Like it's not bad, but it gets weaker than it is now, and it's already not the best deck. Also, chat, we have 100 gems right here, which in my book, 100 gems, that's exactly one copy of Therion this Colosseum. Or a Revendred Slayer. Okay, now I have 0 gems. That's depressing. That is absolutely depressing. Why not keep gems for next duel pass? Because we don't do logic decisions here. We just want a Colosseum. Well, you are technically right. You shouldn't do this. You should technically never buy packs like one at a time, I think. You should always wait for 10, because then it's like slightly better. Because if you don't pull an Ultra, at least you get like guaranteed one in the next. What is wrong with the 60 card decks? Is like everyone just... Noted. Okay. Why? Why is there a Lancea in your deck? Like, is everyone just trying to play grass one last time while it's at 3? Can I stop drawing doubles? Well, we haven't done much, but we have already acquired a +1 by this Lancea. It's not much, but it is honest work. It's not much, but it's honest work. Very nice. I'm gonna grab an Engage for follow-up. And see if we can live with against a 60 card deck with Maxi and Imperm. It's a little bit Monka because I don't have Ash for Grass. I do not have Ash for Grass. So please don't have that. Maybe if you ask nicely. Shadol Squamata. That sounds about right. Also, please don't have Shadol Fusion. Okay, we're going into the battle phase. We're attacking over Shizuku. Now, guys, I know not every single Master Duel player was around in 2019, but can you please stop attacking Sky Striker Link monsters when there's a Ray in the graveyard and you can't clear the... Okay, never mind. Never mind. I take it back. Never mind. Hey, look, I was joking. You guys know I like to joke sometimes, right? That was a very smart opponent. Very well played. Cool Winda. Very pog. Yes. Yeah. Also, they just discarded a second copy of Artifact Lancea. I mean, hey, it's nice. He proved me wrong, or they proved me wrong. He actually did have a reason. They actually did have a reason to attack over my Link Monster. In those cases, if you have a good reason for it, go for it. Hey, I was just trying to be helpful. Sorry, hey, you don't have to kick W me for trying to give you guys some tips. I never said that my opponent was one of the people that didn't have a reason to attack over Ray. To attack over the Skyscraper. I didn't say that. Hey, and I never said that. I just said in general. No, why did you send Schism? Interesting. Short incoming? Maybe. Oh, they're gonna add back Schism. I should have max seed at some point. I'm just not drawing cards. I didn't even know. I forgot about Gravity Controller being a card. It's been so long since I saw that. Save Maxi for next game? Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. So, with the same attribute as the Fusion Summit monster, that means I can just tag out with the Ray and be fine. So I'm just gonna end Gage for... But what? Hey, can't I just... Wait, is this cost? Banishing fusion materials listed on it from the graveyard. Can I chain Widow Anchor? But then they make construct. Okay. I could Shark Cannon, but I can't prevent a fusion to hit the board. I can grab a Widow Anchor just in case they go for construct. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna draw with it, unfortunately. Is Schism main phase only? Doing the main phase, yeah. So, okay, so they... Okay, I did not know that it couldn't die, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't change my play. I was just confused a little bit. It bounces? Yeah, but that brings back Ray. What do you want me to do? Just like not do anything about the gravity controller, never out it? Now they could have shotgun Schism in main phase 2, I'm pretty sure. Before I could link off the Ray, and then I wouldn't be able to chain it, but they did not do that. Give me back my Engage. I'm not gonna use this Engage now, I think. I think I'm gonna wait because I want a Shizuku for another Engage. I'm greedy like that. I am greedy like that. The only thing is, I'm not sure if I want to set the... No, I do want to set the Widow Anchor. But I want to make Shizuku first. I might have... Do I have priority even if they have a quick effect? I might have priority. I'm not... I might have. I think I actually do. I think I do, yeah. I think what I said was wrong. Okay, they do use this, so I'm gonna get a draw out of this maxi, and they can whatever. They can summon another Winda, or they can summon a construct. They probably want to go for construct for the effect. I'm gonna imperm it. Yeah. 3 times YCS winner, by the way. Hey, look, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulings are complicated. Or I'm just going to top deck a Widow Anchor and use that instead. That's fine. Does that change anything? Is that a third spell? No, the second spell. I'm not going to continue my main phase then. Now, this is during each main phase, so they could summon another fusion. But that doesn't really matter. I'm just going to get another engage, and next turn we're going to party hard. If only Hayate had sent the third spell. Look, hey. Okay, so you knew that I was gonna maxi on the Schism and draw the third Widow Anchor, the next Widow Anchor for another spell. You knew that, is what you're trying to tell me right now. Yes, okay, noted. Noted, Chad. You would have absolutely played towards that. Yes. Yeah, you predicted all that. I see how it is. Now, what is teleport summoning here? Is this one of those... Is this a punk situation? Or a... like the assault mode situation? What do you think? First of all, double construct. That's basic. Oh no, it's just the gamma situation. This is dangerous. I'm in danger. Because there is a Baron in the Baron the Fleur play. But that isn't the worst thing in the world right now. It's not game, the Baron. Not yet. They need like more. Is Valor called by it, or why did we imperm? I impermed first in this situation because I'm probably going to use up all of my interruptions this turn. And Valor in hand is one that they did not know about. So I'd rather show them... I would rather show them one that they don't know about. Like, I said that wrong. I would rather show them one that they can see is there. Like a back row card, they know is there. They don't know how many hand traps I have. That's the right way to say it. That's what I meant. They negate here. I don't have 3 spells yet, so that's fine. Normal summon dragon. Sure, it's not game. If they now called by the grave my Ray as the last card in hand, I'm screaming. So it's probably best to just go Kaina, right? 3 spells engraved. Just kinda the Barone. They also used up their Barone negate, which they should not have. I mean, yeah, we take this part. We take apart this board next turn. We have everything. We have everything and more, and they even use their Barone negate. They have like Schism Summon, that's it. But they can't even make Winda right now. Oh, God. Oh, no, you can also banish from field, okay. Oh, Barone tag out into Construct, okay. Oh, they can banish my spells. You're a cheeky little one. Okay, but the terraforming saves me. They can banish 3 spells from my graveyard, but I can get back a couple. It's fine. Okay, you banish Raze. Alright, fair enough. I don't know why you did that, but you go king. Nishadol Ariel is the OG Keldo. Hey, fair enough. Alright, Regulus. Then we're gonna go multi-roll, send this Colosseum. And then I think we just jam down the Afterburner, which is the... Well, no, we already have... Yeah, we have 3 spells engraved now. So we just go maneuver, send this Colosseum, and we start popping off. I'm gonna end up just Widow Anchoring 2 constructs, I think. Just Afterburner the dragon. This is going to pop my own multi-roll, but it's fine. People leave. So they were gonna dragon pop multi-roll. I was gonna go engage, add Widow Anchor, draw 1, engage, add Ray, draw 1, normal summon Ray, make Kagari, add back Widow Anchor, take both constructs, summon Regulus. Easy game. This deck is fun. Also, it's good. It's like not bad. I don't think it's like the best deck, but it's kind of balanced, which is cool. It doesn't lose to Max C. It has enough hand traps, so it doesn't lose to random shit. It's enjoyable. The Sky Striker situation, right? It's just that. Why you play only 1 Colosseum? That's kind of a sensitive question. I only have 1. I would like to play more. I think that card's really good. I would like to play at least 2. It's a very good card, but I only have 1. Uh-oh. What is that? Sword Soul? Now that's tough going second. Probably Sword Soul, right? Desire. Which deck plays Desires right now? Yeah, it's Sword Soul. No Maxi, no Ash, no Nibiru. We are in trouble. We have 1 hand trap in our 15 hand trap deck or whatever. Swaswa. The Toss era archetypes are all fun. I mean, yeah, Salad and Orcust are also really fun. Thunder Dragon ends up being like abused in combo piles more often these days, so that's like not that fun, I think. But how strong do you think Sprite will be without Toad? As someone who's won a YCS with Sprite without Toad, I can tell you the deck is still pretty damn good. I'm pretty sure until we get the Ishizu cards, Runic Sprite is just going to be the best deck in the game. Okay, so some stuff that's happening here, I'm not sure if it's optimal. There is stuff happening. But what kind of sword soul hand is that? You did not draw Moyi, Emergence, Longyan, anything? What's your hand, brother? I'm gonna Veiler that Shishao with the quickness. What the hell is that hand? Not even a set card? Your deck's pathetic. Okay, hold up. Hold up. We can go area 0 and then we can technically send the area 0 away for linkage. Is that a cool combo or does that not achieve anything? I'm not sure. I'm gonna just upstart first. The question is, well, what it does achieve is that it gives me like a Ray in play that I can use to make Zeke to force the Shishao. But I'm gonna upstart first, and I'm not gonna chain linkage to the upstart, I think. I don't think I will do that. Multi-roll. Well, we're gonna start with multi-roll. I don't know if it's worth revealing with area 0. Of course, if I find engage, it's insane. If I find engage, it's insane. Actually, no, it is worth revealing with multi-roll. It is absolutely worth revealing with area 0, I mean. I'm gonna set the shark cannon because multi-roll can reset it anyways. They have responses. They might have Ash? They Ash area 0 to add. Alright. At this point, you are just clicking buttons. I'm sorry, but you are a certified button clicker. Linkage, send area 0. Special Ray and whatever. Kinda. Yeah, kinda. And then we make Zeke to banish the Shishao, to force the negate. If they even want to negate by banishing their Vishuda, which isn't great. And then after that, we can still make Hayate and attack and send and yeah, okay, this is the line. Kinda playing around. Well, we don't have to play around Ash anymore. Target this. Why not? Maybe they negate. Gonna make sure we have Ray in the graveyard. And then we can make a Zeke, which I should probably play 2 of. I don't know why Hita is in my deck. And then we go Zeke, force the Shishao. That way they can't stop Hayate or, yeah. That way they can't stop Hayate or Kagari anymore. And I do think we have 3 spells in the graveyard. So if they don't have an effect Veiler, we do get a nice little, engage in main phase 2. Even if they have an effect Veiler though, we're probably okay. Wait, why did I make? Oh god, I was zoned out. I was talking. Oh my god, why did I make this one? Oh, this is so bad. Oh no, why did I make Kagari? I'm an idiot. Oh, and they don't have Veiler. Oh, we would have engaged so hard. Oh, my bad. I didn't pay attention. But hey, yo, look, maybe this is the right play. Oh, they have Nib. They have Nib. They're gonna Nib Sky Striker. That's so funny. Why would you Nib here? Why? Why? What are you doing? You know what? You know what? I'm actually pissed. I'm actually pissed. You know why? Because I actually had a good play, and I think the linkage add back immediately might have actually been better. It might have actually been better. Because you know what we would have done? We would have gone Hayate attack Monk, send Rose, then we would go linkage, send Hayate to make Shizuku. We would have had 3 spells in the graveyard with the linkage, and we would have gotten 1,000 boosts. So that would have meant our Shizuku would have been at 25 with 3 spells in the graveyard, which would have put the Shishao at also 25. So we could have double killed the Shishao, brought back Ray, attacked over the Monk, cleared the entire board, and made another Shizuku in main phase 2. It would have been Pog. It may have actually been the better play. May or may not. Oh, we can't make another Shizuku. I thought you could if you did the... I thought you could if you summoned them with linkage. I thought you could only link summon them once per turn, but yeah, it's been a while since I've played a lot of Striker. Calm down. Okay, I forgot about a line of text on the card. Yes. Three YCS champions still can't reading. Ah, yes. That was my favorite sentence of all time. What do we have in a grave? Nothing really. I'm not even gonna reset with multi-roll. I don't want the area 0. The nib threw me off. The nib threw me off. Okay, but surely this time around I can hold my I can tell you guys about like not attacking Shizuku if you can't clear it. Surely this time they don't actually have a reason to do this. Why is my timer on 29 seconds? And also, why is the timer so aggressively making you nervous? That's the worst thing about the timer. I have no problem with 24 seconds, but why does it make me so nervous? All right. How do we do this best? I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna multi-roll away my Shizuku because I'm low on time. I'm just gonna multi-roll away the Shizuku, engage for afterburner, pop Nib and back row, and summon Ray and win the game. It's not 3 spells yet, but after it's going to be. It's not gonna be game because they have 9,000. Otherwise, it would be now. But it's fine. I mean, they have 2 cards. We can't lose this if we just play normal Sky Striker. No reason to rush. Oh wait, we haven't attacked yet. Why not Shark Cannon something first before engage? You could do that. I just like against a Tenny deck, I like keeping the Shark Cannon. Like Shark Cannon is probably better than random draw. Although we do get it back with multi-roll. It literally doesn't matter because the game is like virtually over anyways. It's okay. Oh my god, this is stressing me out. But technically, you're right. Technically, I didn't realize I only had 2 spells. I thought I would draw with the engage, but it's alright. Top deck Duster 1 time, and then what? It would have to be Duster plus Taya, pretty much. Duster plus Taya. And even then, I'm gonna... To the Duster, I can chain Called By on the Shisha, so it's not that bad. Yeah. Hey, this deck is doing work. This deck is doing work. We've lost once with Sky Striker. It's okay. But hey, I have just received my lunch, and you know what that means. You know what that means. You know what that means. If you were here yesterday, you already know what the options are for today. You know what that means. Little bit of a React Andy situation. We have started watching these yesterday, and they were very interesting, so we're going to continue today. I don't know if we're going to watch the entire thing. Because this one is quite long. I might split it up into 2 lunch breaks. We'll see. We'll see. No promise that we will make it through the whole thing today, but it was very enjoyable. So we're going to continue watching these in the lunch breaks. So, yeah. Short lunch break, React Andy, and then we continue with what we were doing. Oh, this is that new. Okay, I didn't realize this came out this year, but oh yeah, damn, this hits deep. Well,
at the end of Series 1, the
Sag, dude. What are you eating today? I have something that I cooked up myself. It's leftovers from yesterday. It's lentils with Spätzle. I don't know the English name.
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Official card game was as close to balanced as it had ever been. By which I mean there was one deck, but that deck at least played the game correctly. Summoned Demon Beatdown sought to win the game by bringing the opponent's life points from 8,000 to 0.
Not Summoned Demon Beatdown
and
anymore.
It did that by spending its own life points freely, using Ultimate Offering to additionally summon a level 4 monster, then tribute that monster for its 1 normal summon of the turn in order to bring out the summoned demon. Critter, Witch of the Black Forest, Maneater Bug, and Hane Hane filled out the deck's pool of level 4 monsters, used to tutor other cards to hand, control the opponent's board, and deter them from attacking into face downs, while Gemini Elf, Mechanical Chaser, and Lejin served as level 4 beatsticks to secure an early advantage or stalemate position with the opponent, from which they could likewise
Yo, nice. This is like a what happened in the last episode.
Be tributed to bring out the demon.
The demon.
This monster was effectively the focal axis for every competitive deck, with the goal of a duel being to successfully keep a monster out long enough to tribute it for the demon.
This is enjoyable at 1.25. I feel like it
without
still
it getting
is.
hit by flip effects or one of the restricted removal magic cards.
Yeah.
Once either player got a demon out, the battle to control or stall it began, blocking it from attacking with Swords of Revealing Light, delaying its impact with Waboku, or destroying it outright with Fissure. However, even inside this basic back and forth
how's the
beatdown
volume
trade,
for you
the
guys?
seams of the game were
Is it
always
fine?
visible. A handful of absurdly powerful cards with completely arbitrary effects were sprinkled throughout the basic skeleton of Demon Beatdown, reined in only by the recent restricted list. Change of Heart, Monster Reborn, Thunderbolt, Black Hole, and Harpy's Feather Duster were all still in the format as 1 per deck cards, and Deck Destruction Virus was still unlimited, still capable of destroying all of the opponent's monsters with 1,000 or more attack for 3 turns, while also revealing their hands to you. Any one of these cards could completely change the flow and tempo of a game for no other reason than because they said so. It was in this environment that Konami began Series 2, which redesigned the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card template.
I guess I should say something for the people that weren't here yesterday, because we started watching this series on yesterday's lunch break. This is a YouTube series about the history of the origins of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, basically, and it's talking about the history of the early OCG right now, and it was very interesting. So we're going to continue watching it today. And I believe we are still in the year 2001 or something.
To allocate more space for the effect box and implement anti-counterfeiting measures in the form of a holographic icon in the bottom right corner. Magic and trap cards were broken up into normal, permanent,
and we're roasting
field subtypes, and given new icons that indicated which type they belonged to. That is also a very important part of this reaction. So that many cards no longer needed to specify whether or not you destroyed them after use. This was also when Konami revised the Yu-Gi-Oh! Expert rules and made them into the only format, setting the maximum hand size to 6, instituting an automatic loss for a player that needed to draw a card while decked out, revising the turn structure so that the player to go first would draw a card on their very first.
Format? I think we left off at where they were using Exodia decks when all the Exodia pieces were still at 3, with frickin' Graceful Charity at 3, Pot of Greed at 3, and Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest that still had the effect that they would trigger when discarded from hand. That's where we left off. And they made a ban list. Wait, the last thing we saw, I think, was the ban list that limited all the Exodia pieces, Errata, Sangan, and Witch. And limited a couple other things. Semi-limited Harpy's Feather Duster and I think Graceful Charity or some shit. But like, there was errata and a ban list after that format.
Turn, and increasing the size of the player's side deck
That's
to
15. Where we left off, I think.
This is something we haven't talked about yet because we haven't gotten to talk about any Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments in detail. But from the beginning, Konami's Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG had something that Pokemon and Monster Collection did not. A side deck of originally 10, now 15 cards that the player could freely swap with the cards in their deck between games. The side deck was something that originated in the 1994 tournament rules for Magic the Gathering as a 15-card sideboard. The sideboard had been introduced to Magic alongside the 4-card limit that stopped players from running an unlimited number of any card, and it played an important role in competitive play. Magic was played in a best-of-3 format, where players needed to win 2 games to win the match, so players would pack their sideboards with counters to decks their own struggled with, counters to popular metagame decks, and alternative strategies that got around their opponent's counters.
I think Sangan
based on how their first game with their opponent went, decide which cards they should swap out for game 2.
In some sort of
it was not just a matter of seeing what the opponent did and countering it in the second game, but of getting
100%.
inside the opponent's head and figuring out how they would change their strategy in game 2, if at all, and preemptively slotting in counters to their counters. In terms of player skill, there's a limit to how far you can go with just improving your technical play of different creatures, spells, and combos in Magic, but your growth as a player when it comes to the sideboard is uncapped. No one ever stops improving at sideboarding unless they stop playing entirely.
No cap.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Made use of a similar principle, although unlike Magic, it lacked powerful hate cards in its early days, so the side deck was functionally not that useful during Series 1. In the previous video, I went over all the strategies from those early days and never mentioned side decking, because just about the only thing you could do with it was side 7 Tools of the Bandit or God's Judgment against Deck Destruction Virus or Last Will, and even then, it was a 1-deck format. For side decking to be meaningful, there has to be more than one viable deck in the format, so that the cards everyone is siding will change based on what deck they play. If you go to a tournament knowing that there's only one deck that can win fast enough to be viable, you'll build to be—
Wait. Is this why Solemn Judgment is called Solemn Judgment and not God's Judgment? And because it's censored, it's because it's actually supposed to be God? And the Western world didn't like that? Bro, I never knew that either. How am I so not knowing of the origins of this game? I've been playing for like 16 years, no, longer than that. How do I not know any of that?
Beat that deck, and beat everything else too because you're playing that deck, and everything else isn't fast enough. The most important aspect to side decking was that it resulted in Konami going into the process of creating Yu-Gi-Oh's organized play under the assumption that games would be played in best of 3. Up to this point, best of 3 tournaments were rare in Japan. They were only commonly played in Magic the Gathering, which had seen significant growth in late 1999 thanks to the Duel Masters manga, but was still a niche game. The only Pokemon TCG tournament to be played in best of 3 was the Blastoise Mega Battle National Championship in August 1999, with all other tournaments up until 2017 being best of 1. Playing tournament games as a set helped make Yu-Gi-Oh! Feel more skillful, even in formats where it really wasn't, and helped mainstream the idea in the early 2000s. This was also when Konami introduced the concept of chaining and spell speed. The logic behind it went like this. When you play a card like Swords of Revealing Light, and the opponent responds
think
with
this is
God's
a
Judgment,
Act
that
Man
forms a
People
chain.
situation.
The last card in the chain resolves first, then it goes backwards. So God's Judgment takes effect and negates Swords of Revealing Light before it can turn your cards face up. But if you activated your own God's Judgment in response to the opponent's, that would extend the chain. Your judgment negates...
Okay, but that makes sense. But how did it work before that? Like, genuinely, how does it change? How do you negate with Solemn Judgment if it doesn't work exactly like this? Like, how do you do this?
the opponent's judgment, their card has no effect, and then Swords of Revealing Light resolves. Meanwhile, spell speed established how fast each effect was. Not just magic cards, but monster and trap effects as well. The importance of speed is that you have to be as fast or faster than an effect
Yeah, but
to
isn't
start
that
a
like
chain.
the same thing then? Like, my opponent flips it, I flip it, and then it's done? Like, that's exactly the same thing, just without a set rule to it.
Most cards were spell speed 1, the slowest effect, including most magic cards and monster effects. Quick play magic cards were the only magic effects with a spell speed of 2, as were monster quick effects and most trap cards. The only spell speed 3 cards were counter traps, traps activated in response to other traps. The activation of a counter trap in response to one of these effects was important.
Is spell speed still a term in the official documents, or is that like a term where Coder will jump at you if you use it? Or is spell speed still like a common thing? It's a term? Okay. Oh, I think what I remember is that like spell speed, I think the one that's not official is spell speed 4, right? If you say spell speed 4, I think Coder will punch you in the face. But I think spell speed 1 to 3 is an official thing.
Because it blocked either player from adding any more speed 2 effects to the chain, since the only valid response to a counter trap was another counter trap. At the time, the only counter trap cards were Magic Jammer, 7 Tools of the Bandit, and God's Judgment. The number of counter traps would gradually increase over the years, but remained a very exclusive club compared to other card types, as it was necessary to limit how easily a player could end a chain and what kinds of responses they could end it on. Spell speed is one of those game elements that really should have been written on cards directly. Mechanically, chains worked like in Magic the Gathering's effect stack, with the exception that the chain had to fully resolve once the last card was put in it, while in Magic players could add to the stack while there were still effects not yet resolved. Spell speeds 1 and 2 worked exactly like sorceries and instants, with players only able to respond to instants with other instants, while spell speed 3 acted as a kind of super instant. If you don't understand it, don't worry, because most Yu-Gi-Oh players don't either, and the further you go, the less sense it makes, which is why you can sometimes chain the effect of a continuous trap card to its own activation. Series 2 was much more planned out than Series 1. In addition to the core sets and promotional cards, the release schedule would be filled with reprint sets, reprinting cards previously printed in the Series 1 booster and volume expansions.
This is once again just fake booster boxes, dude. Thousand Eyes Bible? What do you mean? If I see a freaking box of Yu-Gi-Oh cards at the flea market called Thousand Eyes Bible, I'm calling the police.
These
That's
releases
not
would
real.
coincide with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters anime series that began that April, with each set containing cards featured in the anime episodes around the time those sets came out. For the core players, these reprints would help drive down the price of deck staples, and for the casuals, they would feature flashy-looking but useless cards from the anime like Blue Eyes White Dragon, Black Magician, and Dragon Knight Gaia. In fact, there were so many reprints in Series 2 that there were only 4 core product releases in the year 2000. The first of these, Magic Ruler, revolved around magic effects as a way of introducing the spell speed concept. There are a number of important cards from it, but the most important was a lowly common, Cyclone, later localized as Mystical Space Typhoon. This card destroyed a single magic or trap card on the field, but did not negate its effect. This is one of the fundamentally different aspects of Yu-Gi-Oh's card design. In Magic, Pokemon, Monster Collection, and just about every other trading card game under the sun, destroying a card or removing it from the field ends its effect. In Yu-Gi-Oh, the effect persists until it's either fully resolved or negated, so even if a card is destroyed, that doesn't stop its effect. Not understanding this is one of the classic obstacles for new players, to the point that even the manga and anime series regularly mistake destruction for negating, leading to dramatic scenarios like, I dispel your dispel, doing absolutely nothing in the real world. However, Cyclone offering simple one-for-one destruction was still important. Destroying a card while it was face down, before it could be activated, would still stop it. On your own turn, the opponent could chain their trap card in response to Cyclone to still get the effect, but since it's a quick play effect, you could set Cyclone on your turn and activate it on the opponent's after their trap was set. They wouldn't be able to chain the trap, because you can't activate a trap card during the same turn you set it, so thinking ahead like this still allowed for strategic plays, assuming you guessed that the card they set was one you would want to stop in the first place. After all, a set card in the Magic Trap Zone could be practically anything. It could be Deck Destruction Virus, or their own Cyclone, or it could even be Fake Trap, a card that only exists to dupe the opponent into destroying it. And of course, sometimes the opponent is just cheating and setting a monster in the back row so that they'll have an empty hand for Infernities. That of course only applies when the rules are being understood correctly, and at the time they were very often not. Konami did not have a robust judge program or means of easily disseminating rulings back then. There was no official Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh website until 2003, and the full expert rule revisions were only detailed in magazines and in the booster R1 rule cards distributed 2 months later. It was actually hard to get good, reliable information about how to resolve these effects, which led to absurd local rulings like countering Mirror Force with Magic Cylinder.
Yo, that's
the
just...
idea being...
Wait, what? How? Look, even I, as a kid who's played by playground Yu-Gi-Oh rules, do not understand how you as a kid are this stupid to figure out, like, that interaction. How? But I will say one thing. The one thing I distinctly remember from being a kid on the playground is that, I mean, this might be something that, like, anyone from, like, the US or from English-speaking countries might not be able to relate to. But when I was a kid in 1st or 2nd grade, we didn't speak no English. And if you had English cards from somewhere, those were the shit. I remember some cards where, like, for no reason, someone just had an English card and they made up the effect and no one could prove them wrong, so that's what it did. That's what it did, because, hey, we couldn't prove them wrong, so that's what it did. And it was, some of their cards were pretty freaking broken.
That the barrier that Mirror Force creates rebounds the monster's attack back at it, and Magic Cylinder diverts the rebounded attack to the opponent. It was completely stupid, but people actually believed this sort of thing, because their initial exposure to the game came from the manga, where you had stuff like Yugi using his catapult turtle to launch Dragon Knight Gaia into the Castle of Dark Illusions, shattering its flotation ring and causing it to collapse on top of the opponent's monsters beneath it after the swords revealing light wore off because they were not holding it up, which, yeah, that's totally a thing, and the monsters couldn't get out of the way because the player killer's yellow luster shield barrier was preventing them from moving, and this somehow reduced the player killer's life points to 0. When that's how you learned the game, yeah, sure, Magic Cylinder redirects Mirror Force.
Okay, yeah,
Moving
I can believe it.
Cyclone was not the highest impact part of the set. It wasn't even in the top 3. That spot belonged to the so-called 3 regalia of hand destruction. The
Oh,
this was a
what's it? It's Confiscation, Forceful Sentry, and Delinquent Duel.
Effective magic cards that all revolved around destroying the opponent's hand. Confiscation allowed players to pay 1,000 life points to discard any card from their opponent's hand.
The fact that these just come out and are just unlimited is unimaginable to me. Imagine living in the year 2000 and, like, I mean, look, people complain about, like, new broken decks. Look at the people in the OCG in the year 2000 when Magic Ruler drops and they just release 9 copies of these cards. Bro, it's hard to believe, but somehow we just have it good these days in comparison to that. Like, imagine that. Just yesterday, we learned how they released 3 Pot of Greed, 3 Graceful Charity, 3 Last Duel, 3 Sanga, and 3 Dark Witch into the game, with 3 pieces of each Exodia. And then one set later, they do this. What the hell do you mean I can play 9 of these?
Now, as I've said before, the only life point that matters is your last one. By this time, players were already spending their LP quite freely on Ultimate Offering and God's Judgment. They were able to recognize that the tempo advantage of discarding their opponent's key cards vastly outweighed the loss in life points. This created a problem. Hand destruction on its own is one of those things that cannot be balanced without meaningful costs. In theory, you lost a card by playing Forceful Sentry, and the opponent lost a card, but you got more out of both of you losing a card than the opponent got out of it, because you got to play a card and the opponent didn't. Hand destruction goes all the way back to Magic the Gathering. It was one of the characteristic features of Black's playstyle from the very beginning, but it was balanced by having a mana cost, so that discarding cards from the opponent's hand was done in exchange for you not being able to spend that mana on a creature or artifact instead. Hand destruction in Yu-Gi-Oh! Represented an exchange of practically nothing. You still
they need to have some cost to hand destruction. Very, very true. Very, very true. So what if we made a card? Let's say we made a Link monster, hypothetically, right? We made a Link monster, but in order for it to be balanced, right, it has to be like a high-rated Link monster, right? So at least rank 4, right? And then we attach a condition to it. Right? We attach a condition to it. Like, you have to summon into its link zone. Or into any link zone, right? That's hard to do. Hey, that's hard to do. And then what if it didn't even, like, look at your opponent's hand, right? It just discarded random cards from your opponent's hand. And you even had to do the same thing, right? You also have to discard cards. That sounds fair, right? That could never go wrong. I think I propose that as a fair and balanced hand loop card. What do you say, chat? What do you say? Doesn't that sound great? I think that sounds absolutely great, and there's no shot that that would ever break the game.
Your normal summons for the turn, still got to play other cards, and this is really one of the fundamental challenges with balancing a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! That does not have an explicit resource system.
Nodders in chat.
You don't have to pay for anything. If all this sounds eerily familiar, it's because the exact same problem had been playing out in the Japanese Pokemon card game between November 1997 and 1 month before Magic Ruler, when the expanded restricted list was introduced for the secret Super
You know Gumbler existed, right?
Battle tournaments and effectively removed
Right, that
most
joke
hand
missed
destruction
you
from the
real
format.
hard.
Before, players had been quitting Pokemon to go play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they were tired
That
of
joke
losing the opening
missed you
coin flip and
real
getting hit
hard.
with Imposter Oak's Revenge, the Rocket's Trap, and Rocket's Sneak Attack. Now they were losing the opening dice roll and getting hit with Delinquent Duo, Confiscation, and Forceful Sentry. It was like living in a time loop. Even more insulting was that there was a ban on 2 of the cards in the set less than a month after it dropped, and neither of them were part of the Regalia. Konami...
Less than a month after? Bro, I wish we had that still. Hey, look. Less than a month after? Hey, that was based. That was based. Remember when I said we have it good these days? Scratch that. Less than a month? Holy.
It didn't limit Confiscation, Forceful Sentry, or Delinquent Duo until mid-July, so the only response people had to these cards for about 3 months was to just not run combos. They played a version of good stuff with hand destruction in it and some form of demon beatdown. Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh! Historian Yushi described it as being like a Jigoku Ezu, a painting illustrating the sinful being punished by demons in hell. The cards Konami did limit were Snatch Steal, an equip magic card that took control of an opponent's monster in exchange for them gaining 1,000 life points at the start.
Hey. That sounds like a classic Konami ban list. 3 Confiscation, 3 Forceful Sentry, 3 Delinquent Duo, and they limit Snatch Steal. Like, who the hell cares, bro? That is a classic Konami ban list, bro. This is like you know how the Shizu cards come out in 1 week? Yeah, we're gonna ban Curious. How are you gonna mill cards now, huh, fool?
Each of their turns, and Painful Choice.
That's
A card that let
that
you
type
choose
of
5 cards from your
situation.
deck to show the opponent. They would choose one for you to add to your hand, and the rest would be sent to the graveyard. Snatch Steal should never have been printed, because it was an arguably better version of a card that was already limited, Change of Heart. Even so, it only ended up semi-limited in the May ban list. This was not nearly enough to deal with it, because Snatch Steal's life bonus was simply not enough to offset the extra damage dealt by seizing a summoned demon or the card
And look,
in tempo advantage.
ever since the start of time, it's just worked, right? It's just worked. So of course they're still out here doing this. They're still out here printing broken cards and very often hitting them way too late, but it's just always worked.
2 or more into. Like Pot of Greed and other degenerate cards before it, Snatch Steal improved every deck it was put in regardless of what the deck's goals were. Just about the only thing reining it in at all was that hitting it with Cyclone would actually end its effect because it was an equip magic card. The card would eventually be bumped up to limited status 6 months later and finally be put on the Forbidden List 6 years down the line in September 2006, where it would remain until the end of time. Actually, you know what? I just jinxed it, so when they unban Snatch Steal in the OCG, leave a comment on this video. I want to know. Painful Choice.
Wait, when did this video come out? 3 months ago. We had Snatch Steal. I guess maybe never in the OCG is what he's saying. But we did have Snatch Steal, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Snatch Steal could absolutely come back. And this is not a hot take. Literally, this is not a hot take. We have Change of Heart right now, and Change of Heart is better than Snatch Steal. He said in the OCG, okay. I feel like at this point it would still be worth mentioning that we got it back into TCG at some point. But still, that card is not like, there's a lot of cards on the screen right now, and some are not like the others. And Snatch Steal is definitely one of the most tame cards on the ban list. Like 100%, Snatch Steal is one of the most tame cards on the ban list. You could probably unban that card. Maybe not unlimit, but we have Change of Heart and Mind Control. They are almost the same thing.
Was more of a
It's better than Change of Heart? I don't think it's better than Change of Heart necessarily. Not in every way. Not in every way. It gets countered by spot removal, which a lot of decks have. And the fact that it keeps it for multiple turns is not really that relevant in an environment where the game usually ends on that turn. Right? Mikanko is a thing, yeah, but like, honestly, who would complain about Mikanko being supported by a Snatch Steal limitation? I would not mind that at all. Like, that's not an argument. Else.
Fortunately, Konami already
searchable, make it searchable. If you can go through the motions to search a Snatch Steal going second, you go. You go.
Ruler came out, since as you may recall from the previous video, those cards' effects pre-errata would activate off the discard. Unfortunately, Painful Choice was still poorly designed. While at the time the card wasn't widely played and didn't have much utility, by the end of the year it would be a centerpiece in both Cannon Soldier burn decks and Exodia.
Power
Inherently,
Tool?
the card has
Oh,
no
yes,
cost
Power
beyond
Tool
playing
Dragon.
it.
Yes.
It refunds itself by adding a card from deck to hand and fills up
Snatch
the
Steel
graveyard,
cannot
which over the
come
next
back
several months
because
would
of Power
transform into
Tool
a second
Dragon.
hand
There you
rather
have
than a
it.
proper discard pile. And frankly, most of the criticisms applied to these cards are applicable to everything in Magic Ruler. The set was a huge source of power creep, not in raw attack and defense points, but in card effects. The Magic card Hurricane doubled as both Harpy's Feather Duster style control and a way of bouncing one's own cards
That
back
looks
to hand
nothing
to
like
reuse
a
their
Hurricane.
effects. Upstart Goblin was a poor man's Pot of Greed, but in a format with Pot of Greed newly limited, it too became a deck staple because giving the opponent LP to reduce your deck size by 1 was an easy trade. All of these cards would do time on the ban list sooner or later, and Magic Ruler was seen as particularly damaging coming so soon off of the Last Will Exodia loop. However, that was just the perspective of established
Bro, Magic Ruler. Everyone just hated Magic Ruler back then, huh?
hardcore players. The beginning of Series 2 was actually a massive boost.
Whose
to the
video
game's
are you watching? I'm gonna link you the video because it's very good, and you might want to check out the previous parts if you missed it yesterday. Because we watched. There's previous parts to this which we've
popularity
watched
and
yesterday.
saw more
and they're
people than
really
ever
good.
before coming into it. Not because of anything the game was doing, but because 2 days before Magic Ruler launched in Japan, Studio Gallup's Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters anime began airing on TV Tokyo. The influence of this anime is hard to overstate, and if you're coming into these videos with any familiarity with Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's very likely that your first exposure was also through this series. It skipped the first 59 chapters of the manga, compressing them down into the first episode of the Duelist Kingdom arc, and pivoted the focus of the overall franchise away from playing a multitude of games to being an advertising tool to sell Konami's specific card game. But as an advertising tool, it was actually pretty poor, because it gave the audience a false concept of what the game was. The initial Duelist Kingdom arc followed the manga and used the older No Tributes rule set from before the expert rules were introduced.
Right,
Yet,
yeah,
once
I
the
did
series
that.
got to the Battle City arc 1 year after going on air, the version of Duel Monsters played in the anime was far different, in some ways better, than the actual card game. Players had 4,000 life points instead of 8,000, monsters could be summoned in face-up defense mode, fusion monsters counted as multiple monsters for the purpose of tribute summons, and they had a kind of summoning sickness. They couldn't attack in the same turn they were placed. If a player were attacked directly but summoned a monster mid-attack, that monster became the new target, and if an attack target left the field, then the attack would be negated. In the real game, both of these scenarios would initiate a replay that allows the attacking player to choose a new target to battle, but the anime and manga allowed for mid-battle summons to counter the opponent's plays in much the same way activating a trap card would. Practically every magic card was treated as a quick play magic that could be activated during the battle phase or on the opponent's turn, even field magic cards. And while the anime rewrote certain duels to make them more accurate to the OCG, in the original manga there were even more restrictions to try and balance effects. Almost all special summoned monsters had summoning sickness unless their effect explicitly allowed them to attack in the same turn they were placed. Players could only set one magic and trap card each turn, they could only activate one magic card from hand each turn, and they could only control up to 5 cards in total across all of their zones. Although these last rules would have a profound impact on the real game, they rarely needed to be brought up in the manga itself. Among all these differences and more, the 3 biggest were actually the most subtle. Destruction being treated as negation, the lack of replays, and the ways effects and timings were resolved.
What is the
fact of the
name
matter
of
is that not
of
only
this
were
guy again? Is it Umbra?
players very
I'm
confused
just
in
thinking
Japan when
about that.
Cyclone
It's
first dropped,
Umbra, right?
Their confusion was enhanced by how the anime and manga constantly equated destruction with negation. Episodes like the Yugi vs. Jonochi duel in Battle City would have D-spell
Arcana,
negating,
but who's
and the difference
Umbra?
between destruction and negation was never clearly explained in the
Who's
series.
Umbra?
Chaining wasn't explained in the series,
Umbra.
and it's a fundamental game mechanic. The implications of destruction and negation being the same are massive, since it greatly weakens magic and trap cards
I
as
see.
a whole, while also
Yeah.
meaning that if you negate a cyclone
Loomis and
with another
Umbra.
cyclone, making the card practically all-powerful. And the lack of replays means that in the anime and manga, a player could activate a magic or trap that would summon monsters to defend them as they were being attacked. In the OCG and the localized TCG, changing the number of monsters in play during battle automatically initiates a replay, where the attacking player chooses
they
a
are the ones
target
with
or
half a
cancels the
mass
attack.
each.
So
I
for
just
example, when
Googled it,
Jonochi
I
plays
found out.
Scapegoat during Battle City Finals to summon 4 sheep tokens as Kaiba's attacking him, and Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blade Knight destroys the tokens instead, if the anime were accurate to real life, Kaiba's attack would stop, the players would back up, and he would select new targets. That particular example doesn't sound all that different, but consider how that scenario plays out when the monster you summon is stronger than the attacker. In Chapter 6 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! R manga, Kirk Dixon uses the trap card Yellow Alert to special summon Caterpillar Tank in attack mode as he's being attacked by Dark Magician Girl. Since Caterpillar Tank has 2700 attack, the attacking player in this case would take 700 damage and their monster would be destroyed. In another case, the later Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga had Judai use the trap card Another Fusion to fuse 2 of his monsters while his opponent was attacking, creating elemental hero The Earth, which then became the target of his opponent's attack because it was the only monster in play, and destroyed the attacking Cyber Dinosaur in the process, because Cyber Dinosaur's attack had just been halved by the trap card Swamp of the Fallen. The implications of not having replays are huge because it opens up a whole other route for trapping your opponent using their own attacks. The effect resolution is another point where Yu-Gi-Oh! Media doesn't agree with Yu-Gi-Oh! The game. In the OCG and TCG, effects either resolve in their entirety or not at all, while in the anime and manga, effects are fulfilled as much as possible.
Okay, I hope this is
applies
not
to both
going on
conditions
too
to
long
activate
about
effects
the
and
rule
effects
differences
themselves. For example, in
between
episode
the
72
manga
of
and
the
the
anime,
game.
the Mask of Light activates
That's
card
Loomis.
exchange, causing him and
That's
his dual
Umbra.
partner,
That's
Mask
Umbra.
of Darkness, to exchange all of the cards in their hands. However, Light has no cards in hand at the time card exchange is activated. In the real game, because he doesn't have any cards to exchange, the effect wouldn't go off. That also ties into how those effects can resolve in the first place. In the anime and manga, any card present on the field
You think
when its
having
timing was met can
replays
be
is a
used,
good
while in the
thing?
real game, cards can miss the timing.
I'm indifferent
Missing
about
the
it. I
timing
don't
is
really
one of the
care.
most hated and most foundational
You
rules
just have to
interactions of
balance the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
game around it
As
being
near
a
as I can
thing.
glean,
I don't
bearing
really
in mind this was
think
more
it's
than
a good
20
or
years
a
ago.
bad thing.
It is a rule that was
It's
introduced
here
with
and it's
the
fine.
Series 2
Like, it's not a
expert rules, and did
problem.
not exist during Series 1 or under the previous Koseki rules.
In my opinion.
The basic rule is, if an effect says you can use it when something happens, then when you try to use it, the last thing to happen has to be its
Oh
condition.
no, missing timing.
Let's look at a card we're already familiar with as an example.
Why are we talking about
Post-erratum
missing
Witch of
timing
the
right
Black
now?
Forest. When we last saw the witch, she had just had her effect changed to, when this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you may add a monster with 1500 or less defense from your deck to your hand. Then shuffle your deck.
Troll
Let's say you have the
despair.
witch on your field and tribute her.
Why are
to
we
normal
why are we
summon the
talking about
summoned demon.
timing now?
She was sent from the field to the graveyard, but the last thing to happen was a monster summon. Therefore, your Witch of the Black Forest effect misses the timing, and you can't use it to search your deck for a monster. Under the Series 1 expert rules, effects would always activate when they met their timing, so you could tribute the witch for the demon and then use her effect. Now, as of Witch of the Black Forest's 4th erratum in 2017, her effect no longer says when. It now says if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard.
Okay, let's skip this part,
And
okay?
because missing the timing with new expansions,
We all
as
know
then
what
means of
missing
patching
timing
cards
is.
after bug fixes. Gilfer could be equipped to Leaf Fairy, discarded for the fairy's effect, and then re-equipped to the fairy by its own effect, burning the opponent for 500 each time until they hit 0. However, this was just how most players at the time discovered missing the timing existed. The rule was already there all the way back when Magic Ruler launched. In an example directly from the anime, when Kaiba activates a genocide virus in response
Hetten is
to
like
Peden
one
the
of the
Dark
most
Cloud being
notorious
destroyed in
timing
the
cards.
2004 Pyramid of Light movie, then uses Peden's effect afterward to special summon another Peden from the deck, he shouldn't be able to do that, because the last thing to happen was genocide virus's effect rather than Peden's destruction by battle, so Peden misses the timing. That play would work if this was Magic the Gathering, Duel Masters, Battle Spirits, or Cardfight Vanguard. Literally any other card game would make this possible, except for this one, because this is a game where the cards were made first and the rules were invented later, and the end result is held together with Scotch tape and chewing gum. The anime is playing a different game with different rules, often with cards that don't actually exist and that you can't actually buy. So, what are they selling again? In the interest of undue fairness, if missing the timing did not exist, then it would absolutely break many card effects. As in the example of Gilfer, we can all agree that infinite burn loops should never be a part of any game. But that, along with the ever-changing ban list, influx of card erratas, Exodia and Cannon Soldier loops, hand destruction, and the constant disconnect between the game being played on TV and in manga magazines versus the game being played on tabletops, demonstrates that there were major design issues not just from day one of the OCG, but even after Konami did multiple major rule revisions and tried to fix the game during the expert era. It's actually hard to learn to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Puts out its own official disinformation. On top of the anime and manga not lining up with the real game, none of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games followed the real rules either. The first Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters game predated the actual rules and featured no effect monsters or trap cards, and subsequent games built on the same engine introduced things like monsters having elemental weaknesses, or in the PlayStation game Shin Duel Monsters, they had assignable Guardian Stars that increased or decreased their stats when battling. While players would also draw up to their full hand size every turn, cards could be placed in face-down attack and face-up defense mode, any monster could be fused without needing a fusion card first, and there were no tribute summons.
Somehow, I know it's technically not, like, it doesn't make sense that it's stupid to me, but somehow face down attack sounds completely bonkers. Like face up defense, I'm like, okay, you're kind of cooking, but you might be overcooking, but it's all right. But face down attack to me somehow sounds like batshit crazy.
There would not be a rules-accurate version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Until Duel Monsters 5 Expert 1 on the Game Boy
No,
Advance
on
in July
my
2001.
playground, we didn't
And
have
even
no
after
face down
Konami began
attack
making
position.
these expert
Nah.
games, they would continue producing inaccurate ones like the Sacred Cards or Reshef of Destruction. Contrast that to games like Pokemon Card GB on the Game Boy Color, Magic the
Oh my god, I had that Pokemon card
Gathering
game.
for the Sega
looks
Dreamcast,
so
the
trash from
Japanese
today's
Duel Masters
perspective.
trilogy on Game Boy Advance, and their companion games on GameCube and PlayStation 2. From
I
day
had that
one,
Pokemon
Yu-Gi-Oh!
game.
Had an onboarding problem, and later games would learn a lot from these mistakes. When Duel Masters launched in Japan, Takara made sure to have a trilogy of rules-accurate handheld games running concurrently with titles on console that replicated the entire card pool of their day, while the anime series followed the real-world game one-to-one. When Bandai pushed out Battle Spirits in 2008, they would similarly keep the anime rules accurate and use a Nintendo DS game to help broaden the TCG's reach, and their examples were picked up and improved upon by Bushiroad's Cardfight Vanguard and future Card Buddy Fight franchises. Many of the failures to come were games that did not learn from Yu-Gi-Oh's example, titles like Live on Card Live or Kakeru, where the anime never made it clear how to play the game itself, while titles that were exported to English-speaking countries but failed to thrive overseas often had...
What I'm taking away from this series so far is that Yu-Gi-Oh, with the way they handled it throughout the history, should have never been successful, but somehow it was, and nobody knows why. Somehow, this is what I'm getting. This is the vibe I'm getting from these last couple episodes. It's like, they kind of did all that stuff, and you would think that that would make them not succeed, but for some reason, everyone just loved it.
sabotaged localizations, as in the case of Duel Masters, or did not have their accompanying anime and games exported along with them, as with Battle Spirits. Succeeding in this market is not just a matter of copying history, but of improving upon it. So this massive rocket ship takeoff of the greater Yu-Gi-Oh! Media franchise in 2000 was both a big boom for its player base and a source of conflict. Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh! Historian Yushi described this as anime to genjitsu no sensou, a war between anime and reality. You have the idealized image of the anime and then what actually happens when you show up at a shop and put cards on the table. And while I'm talking about the Japanese experience here, I already know this is not a uniquely Japanese experience at all.
Here. This is Konami. This is Konami being congratulated for succeeding with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. They have no idea how they did that. They have no idea how they did that.
All. As the dust finally settled on the Series 2 format,
congratulations on making such a cool card game and such a successful franchise.
It was a straightforward deck with as limited combos as possible, a revival of equipment beatdown. But rather than the light attribute beatdown of Series 1, this beatdown was focused on 3 new cards from Magic Ruler: Demon's Axe, Demon's Kiss, and Maha Vilo. Ooh. Demon's Axe and Demon's Kiss were both equip magic cards, with the axe gifting its target 1,000 attack and allowing its controller to tribute a monster when the axe was sent to the graveyard to put it on top of the deck, and the Kiss endowing the target with 700 extra attack and the same returning to deck failsafe but with a cost of 500 life points instead of monster tribute. By now it feels like beating a dead horse to point out power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh!, but these cards really embodied the idea of strictly better. They had no drawbacks, came with a built-in way to get them back from a cyclone or monster destruction.
Which is not technically a bad thing. Once again, I want to emphasize power creep is very often used as like people think it's a bad thing, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because, I mean, what are you going to do if your freaking equip spells that you made previously are all shit and no one plays them anymore because that's just not up to the current standard? If you want people to be able to play equip spells, you need to make better ones. That's how it works. If you want people to play your new cards, they need to be better than before. You can't always just like ban everything that was good beforehand and make weaker cards than before.
And gave a much greater
except
power
for with
boost
a
than past
rotation.
equip
But
magic
we don't talk about that. This is not supposed to be a rotation discussion.
cards, while having no increase in cost or conditions to use. They were not just strictly better than another equip
Power
magic
creep
card.
is
They were
bad in
strictly
like
better
85% of the cases where it happens. I don't agree with that.
every equip magic card the game had ever printed. Maha Vilo was the cornerstone of the deck, a 4-star monster with 1,550 attack points that gained an additional 500 attack for each card equipped to it. In addition to
I would argue that the cards that are power crept are not bad because they are power crept. They are bad because of the way of how they were power crept. Like what they chose, the way, like the effects that they chose to give them was just like not good. And it's not because they're better than the old cards. It's because the way they work is not cool, right? Isn't particularly fun. Because something can be better than the stuff that's been printed, but it can still be fun and enticing.
Power boost from the equip cards themselves. With a single Demon's Axe, Maha Vilo would shoot up to 3,050 attack, just enough
if you make it better than everything else that's already existed, so people are basically forced to play it if they want to win, and on top of that, you design it in a bad way where it's not particularly fun, then that's bad.
Play a Blue Eyes White Dragon, but for a fraction of the investment necessary to bring one out. With 2 axes, it would swing for 4,550 points, over half the opponent's starting life value.
Yeah,
Maha Vilo's effect counted any card equipped to it, so snatch stealing an opponent's Maha Vilo would give it 500 more power than it had under its original owner's control. Maha Vilo's availability as a common in Magic Ruler made it especially popular, and Equipment Beat soon overtook the format. There was just no reason to play Demon Beatdown when Equipment Beat did everything it did better, so players built for the mirror match instead, running Tailor of the Fickle. This quick play magic card switched one equip card's target to another, allowing a player to simultaneously steal equipment off an opponent's Maha Vilo and attach it to their own.
They used the equipment symbol in the card text. Why don't they do that anymore? Why don't they, when they say add an equip spell from your deck to your hand, why don't they just say add A and then this? And that'd be so much better.
At minimum creating a 1,000 point difference. Stealing a Demon's Axe would extend that to a 2,000 point difference, and it could even be done on the opponent's turn during their battle phase as they were attacking. It could also be changed to an opponent's copy of it, creating Tailor Wars, where 2 players tried to steal equipment that had just been stolen off them. There were, of course, plenty of answers to Equipment Beat. Harpy's Feather Duster, Snatch Steal, even Hurricane from Magic Ruler itself, but the key was that you could run these answers in Equipment Beat itself, which made it its own best counter. It was also cheap, because the deck's skeleton was available entirely in Magic Ruler, and anything supplementary had its price driven down by the reprint sets. It's been said that if you took out the hand destruction cards, this would have been the most fun format Yu-Gi-Oh! Had up to this point in time, because there was a high degree of interactivity from all the equip cards and quick play magics, and the one-deck nature of the format actually worked in its favor when that one deck was built around equipment rather than just vanilla beatdown. You and your opponent both wanted to be using each other's cards, and
I just glanced over, and we are 3 away from being a 600 sub Andy. So if you guys could check if you have a free Prime available. I know right now I'm just React Andying. But normally, I swear, we do good competitive and educational content. So if you enjoy the stream, consider it. Consider it.
You had
Don't
plenty of
spam
ways to steal
begging.
them
No,
and then
actually
steal
do
them
spam
back.
begging. I like that
Unfortunately,
emote. I think
hand
it's
destruction
funny.
was here to stay. Just under a month after
Feel free
Magic
to
Rule was
spam
launched,
begging
Konami
whenever
pushed
you
out the
feel
May
like it. It's
2000
fine, it's
ban
fine. I
list,
think
limiting
it's funny.
Harpy's Feather Duster and semi-limiting Snatch Steal, and doing nothing about Delinquent Duo
Go
or
ahead,
Trace.
go ahead.
This would be the first of many restrictions applied during Series 2. It was in this year that Konami began to take a proactive approach to
Fresh
the ban
and
list,
doing, thank you
updating
for the
it every
Prime.
2
Anonymous
months from this
gifter,
point
thank
on,
you for
changing what cards
the
could be
gift
played
sub.
almost faster than players could keep up.
Wait, you gifted us up to 600 Andy. There's a person called 600 Andy. Well, enjoy your sub.
Joshua now has some perfect information.
This is Umbra. Thank you for the tier 1. Did you just make that name because I called that thing Umbra, the guy Umbra, even though it wasn't Umbra?
Joshua now has
Have we reached that level where people make Twitch accounts because I misspeak? Okay, okay. Lev Guga, thank you for the Prime, and this is Umbra. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Hey, if it works like this, I'ma always say names wrong. I'ma always say names wrong. I'm gonna be honest with you. I already had the name. Well, okay, lucky me then that I mistook that for Umbra. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. Appreciate you.
Between these and the reprint sets, which were mostly
Thank you guys
unplayable
for
junk
hitting
with 1 or 2
600. I
meaningful cards in
appreciate
each,
you guys.
there was
Thank you
a
so
great
much.
deal of unrest throughout Series 2's run. The core sets like
true
Magic Ruler had
homie.
insane game-changing cards, power creeping stuff that was only a few months old. The reprint sets were full of iconic but useless monsters. The ban list was now ever-changing.
Yes, you're gonna get a Pepe D, but
let's
watch the
games knew
thing
how to
first.
play properly.
I
The
won't
second
forget,
core set
I
of
promise.
Series 2, Pharaoh's Servant, dropped on July 13th. Like Magic Ruler, this set marked a major shift in how decks were played, but instead of magic cards, its focus was on monsters. Of its magic cards, the highest impact was Megamorph, an equip magic that doubled the equipped monster's base
Megamorph.
attack if your life points were less than the opponent, and halved them if they were more.
It is crazy.
On a Mahavilo, one
Like, for a lot of these cards, anonymous gifter gave a sub to Joshua Schmidt. Well, thank you for that. You know what? That is actually me. The only reason why my Twitch channel is not called Joshua Schmidt, but it's called Joshua Schmidt Yugioh. Well, first of all, it's because I play Yugioh. But most importantly, it's because I forgot the password for that other account, and I haven't taken care of it yet. So that technically, I tried to get that account back, but I forgot the password. This is why we are Joshua Schmidt Yugioh, by the way.
Megamorph could push it up to 3,500 if you were behind on LP, which was easy to achieve with Ultimate Offering and or God's Judgment. But because the modification was to base attack, Summoned Demon was the more common target for Megamorph, as it would jump up to 5k. Add in a Demon's Axe, and the Demon would swing for 6.
Yeah,
Winning a
another
direct
piece
point
of
for point
Joshua
exchange
Schmidt
in battle
lore.
could reverse this, as your monster would then drop an attack, but the real objective was to attack the opponent directly and remove all their LP in a single swing, which was quite easy to do with so many LP costs in use at the time. Both players often voluntarily went down to 6k or less through the use of Ultimate Offering or God's Judgment. An alternative use was to equip Megamorph to an opponent's monster to weaken it, and the monster Megamorph was on could even be
Okay, I will say, while they're releasing a lot of problematic cards, we are creeping our way into formats that seem somewhat interesting. Right?
modified using Tailor of the Fickle, weakening the
It's
opponent's
getting
monster
better.
one turn and strengthening your own the next. As part of its monster focus, Pharaoh's Servant introduced a series of 6 Recruiters, level 4 monsters that when destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard could special
those are
summon a
based.
monster of a specific attribute with 1500 or less attack from
Those
the
are
deck
based.
in
Those are
attack
some of my
position.
favorite
The
early
face of these
era
recruiters
cards.
was Killer Tomato, who summoned Dark
Killer Tomato. I'm still mad at the fact that this is not a Lost Art. This is the one card. Look, I don't know all of the cards that have been changed going into the TCG, like artwork wise. This is like the one I want as a Lost Art. Why do we not have this one? I need this one in my life.
monsters, but Tomato was joined by Giant Rat.
What's your favorite Lost Art, by the way, that we did have already? I use Foolish Burial and I think Monster Reborn. No, I don't have Monster Reborn, but I think that one's also cool. But I do have Foolish Burial. Offerings to the Doomed is a good one. Reborn and Foolish, I agree, yeah. I also have Solemn Judgments, but not because I think they're better. It's just because I don't know why. Those are the ones I picked up at some point. Ultimate Offering? Do we have Ultimate Offering? Did they give us Ultimate Offering at some point?
for Earth, UFO Turtle for Fire, Shine Angel for Light, Grizzly Mother for Water, and Dragonfly for Wind. The conceptually similar but distinct monsters Giant Virus and Nimble Mamanga special summoned any
Okay. I, as a kid, always disagreed with the fact that Pyramid Turtle could summon in defense. And I don't know why I just thought of that, but it's because all of those summon in attack, except for freaking Pyramid Turtle, which is not on the picture, and is technically a different card because it's not for attribute. But I just felt like that made no sense.
Any number of themselves from the deck when destroyed by battle
Nimble
and sent to the
Momonga,
graveyard,
broken.
with Virus burning the opponent for 500 LP and summoning its copies in attack position, while Momonga healed its controller for 1,000 and summoned its
Are
brethren
you guys a
in defense
Nimble
mode.
Momonga kind
These
of
cards allowed
person as a
duelists to have
kid,
tribute
or
fodder
a
going
Giant
into their
Germ
next
kind of
turn,
person?
and over time would continue to find roles as staples in different deck types for many years to come.
I'm
The
a
set
Nimble
also introduced
Momonga
a
type of
successor to
person.
Metamorpot,
That's the one that I
Cyberpod,
played.
Where Metamorpot caused both players to discard their hands and draw 5 cards when it was flip summoned, Cyberpod destroyed all monsters on the field and had both players reveal the top 5 cards of their decks, summoning all level 4 or lower monsters revealed and adding the rest to their hands.
I will say one thing. If your opponent controls a bestial monster and you have Shadow Mosquito plus Giant Germ, the game is over. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Do with that information what you will. But if your opponent has a bestial monster and you have Shadow Mosquito and Giant Germ, the game is over.
Now, on the surface, it might
And I'm
seem
dropping
like
that knowledge for
could be
free.
balanced by how it gave both players 5 cards after resetting the field, but that's not accounting for how it interacts with hand size. If you activate Cyberpod while you have more cards in hand than the opponent, then you will always come out ahead in card advantage, because once you've wiped the field, your hands are the only thing determining who has the lead. Much like how Snatch Steal was a better version of the already banned Change of Heart, Cyberpod was like an improved Black Hole and Pot of Greed at the same time. Why'd they print this thing anyway? Well, Cyberpod lasted about 4 months in the OCG before it was limited down to 1 in the November 2000 ban list, but in that time it became the central monster in a new deck that emerged.
Speaking of buyouts, I did bring the Nimble Sunfishes to the post office this morning. White people happy.
In retaliation to hand destruction, Mill. Mill was really not possible prior to Series 2 because the rules didn't have an automatic loss for the player that tried to draw while having no cards left in their deck. Instead, the player with more LP would win if either player decked out. With the change to auto losses upon a failed draw, Cyberpod joined the old Needleworm and Metamorpod in forming the basic skeleton for decking the opponent out, supported by Critter, Witch of the Black Forest, and Killer Tomato as the...
You bought them out and baited people? No, I gave them away for free on the stream. This is why I said white people happy. I had a couple that I did not buy them out. I didn't want to make them expensive, and then I gave them away for free on the stream after they went up.
Another monster out of Pharaoh's Servant, Dark Familiar, was brought in because its on-destruction effect allowed both players to special summon a monster from their graveyards in face-up attack or face-down defense mode. Critter, Witch, and Tomato were used to search Metamorpot and Dark Familiar. Metamorpot forced both players to discard and replace their hands, and Dark Familiar recycled Metamorpot and Cyberpod by placing them face-down directly onto the field, where they could be activated a second time. With the recent erratas on Witch and Critter...
If I burn my opponent, then I mill myself out, I win an old Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, they said that yesterday. They said in the very beginning, if deck out occurred, the player with more life points would win. And that was changed eventually. But in the beginning, it was like that. If you had more life points when you decked out, you would win, yeah.
Destroying either of them or Familiar with Cyberpod would set off their
effects. And I'm acting like I always
knew
knew that, but I also learned that yesterday. Like I said that like I always knew that. Like that was common knowledge. I didn't know shit.
Or pod
I did not know that.
Get the opponent 5 cards closer to death. However, Cyberpod and Dark Familiar were both sources of confusion in their own right, because despite the new template used for Series 2, their wordings were not conventional. Cyberpod didn't actually say to add the non-monster cards it revealed to hand on its first printing, so players had to obtain rulings from Konami, which were slow to transmit in an era where the internet wasn't the main method of communication. Dark Familiar also didn't say special summon on its first print, but instead said place, which led players to wonder if this counted as summoning, if Dark Familiar could place itself from the graveyard, and this resulted in local rulings not always lining up with how cards were supposed to be played officially. Pharaoh's Servant introduced one more card that complemented Mill decks,
early
Messenger
Yu-Gi-Oh!
of Peace.
Oh
this
no,
was a
Messenger of
permanent
Peace.
magic card
Oh
that cost
my
100 life
God.
points.
It is so funny that one of these cards sees play in 2023, and you can never guess which one it is.
During each standby phase it was active, and stopped all monsters with 1500 or more attack from declaring attacks. It was an effective way of stopping both equipment beatdown and general good stuff decks in their tracks, as the opponent would need to blow a Cyclone on it to get their attacks in, and against Mill they would just get their
They do what to a Cyclone?
attackers blown up by Cyberpod sooner or later anyway. As a countermeasure,
they do
Good
with the
Stuff and
Cyclone?
Equipment Beat ran tribute to the Doomed to eliminate Cyberpod without activating it, but always ran the risk of popping a Critter or Witch instead. Some decks actually began running more than 40 cards to counter Mill, which was unheard of at the time. The rules of the OCG at this point allowed for a deck of up to 100 cards, but no one ran more than 40 before Cyberpod was printed because the more cards you run, the less likely you are to draw any specific one in a given hand. However,
Take notes, 41 card Andes.
exactly how prevalent Mill was at this point is disputed.
Never mind, I
Many
take that
players
back.
felt
I
it was
played
still
41 in
inferior to
Dortmund.
Good Stuff and
Don't
Equipment
clip that.
beatdown with hand destruction, and the real impact of Mill at this stage of Series 2 was hard to gauge. What was definitely not prevalent coming out of Pharaoh's Servant was the OCG's first attempt at a formal named archetype, Toon Monsters. These were cards originally created for the antagonist of the Duelist Kingdom arc, Pegasus, to use in his climactic duels with Kaiba and Yugi. Their gimmick was that they could not be summoned unless the permanent magic card Toon World was in play. Their summons were always special summons, and if Toon World was destroyed, they would also be destroyed. And they required a 500 life point cost just to declare attacks and could not attack in the same turn they were special summoned, but in exchange they could attack the opponent directly if the opponent did not control a Toon monster of their own. They might have been workable if Toon World itself did not require a 1000 life point cost just to play, and an additional 500 point cost at the start of each of your standby phases.
Wait, it did
now,
that?
If Toon World was sent to the graveyard, you would get all the...
Okay, I know about the 1000. Does it still have the 500? Did it ever have that? I don't remember that part at all.
LPU paid for it back, but that was small consolation when you were likely losing a lot of card advantage seeing all of your Toon monsters disappear just like that. And this mechanic actually made the game more complicated by requiring you to keep track of how much
never
LPU
had
had
that
spent
in the
specifically
TCG, I
on
feel
Toon
like.
World
I don't
since
think
its
we had
activation.
that.
The fact that
I
the opponent
remember
could just
having
blow
to
up your
pay
whole
1,000
strategy
for
with
it.
Cyclone, D-Spell, Harpy's Feather Duster, or Hurricane just made the whole thing dead on arrival. Even after Toon World was errated early the next year to remove its standby cost, it also lost the clause where it returned the LPU spent on it, so it was never playable. At this point in Series 2, competitive play was still largely confined to local tournaments. The first large-scale OCG tournament to actually fire would not take place until late August, by which time there would be several other game-changing promotional cards in the mix. These promos debuted on July 13th as pack-in cards for the third Game Boy video game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 3.
Do you know the story of two guys winning a tournament with a burn 1,200 cards deck? No. That sounds like a made-up story. I know we looked at the guys with the 2,222 card deck, which was the reason why they limited decks to 60 cards, which was German nationals. But I've never heard of... I think you made that up. There's no way. There's no way. I need a source for that. There's no way someone won a tournament with 1,200 card burn.
Was just 13 episodes into the Duelist Kingdom arc, the manga was already at the midpoint of the Battle City arc, which centered around the three Egyptian god cards: the Heavenly Dragon Osiris, the Great Divine Soldier of Obelisk, and the Winged Divine Dragon of Ra. However, the cards themselves did not appear directly in the game, instead making cameos in the credit sequence that foreshadowed their appearance in
my first German nationals I attended in 2010 or 11. It was not actually
Monsters game.
Because before then, I was like I was very young and I didn't manage to qualify, because back then you needed qualification for German nationals.
Battle of Great Duelist. Duel Monsters 3 featured 8 promos, but only 3 of them mattered: All-Purpose Landmine Glamour, Killer Snake, and Cybertech Wyvern. Cybertech Wyvern was just summoned demon with 400
Okay, Bomba
more defense,
Atomica, I clicked that link, but we're not going to talk about it. You have no proof of that.
Most attack points when they declared an attack, which made it a
Boy, Widespread Ruin is based as hell.
popular supplement to Mirror Force now that Mirror Force was
Widespread
limited.
Ruin is
Killer
based
Snake,
as hell.
known internationally as Sinister Serpent, was the big standout of the promos.
The first civil war in the game was actually, did you prefer Sakuretsu Armor or Widespread Ruin?
Its original effect allowed you to return it to your hand from the graveyard at each of your standby phases, causing you to maintain card advantage across multiple turns even as you tributed it, or gain card advantage off of discarding it for Graceful Charity, or by tutoring it with Painful Choice. Searching 3 copies of Killer Snake with Painful Choice was a net +2, and even more pressingly, it would become a major component of that year's Cannon Soldier burn deck several months in. However, at the beginning, Killer Snake was underestimated and undervalued in the singles market, to the point that some stores didn't even put it in their display case, relegating it to sit in long boxes with other miscellaneous low-value promotional cards. It took time for people to really warm up to what you could do with it.
It does look like a Killer
2 days
Snake.
after Duel Monsters 3, Konami put out the 4th restricted list, finally limiting Confiscation, the Forceful Sentry, and semi-limiting Delinquent Duo and Gravekeeper's Servant. While it would have made the players happier to limit Delinquent Duo as well, having Hand Destruction restricted to just 4 cards in the deck greatly reduced the effectiveness of it in general use. Semi-limiting Gravekeeper's Servant was a controversial decision that some players felt was unfair, as at the time Mill was not very widespread, and Gravekeeper's Servant itself wasn't particularly strong. It wasn't even really played, because Swords of Revealing Light and Messenger of Peace were both more popular choices for that slot in the deck. Functionally, making the opponent unable to attack for 3 turns was a more guaranteed way to get 3 cards out of their deck than Gravekeeper's Servant. So players ended up scratching their heads trying to figure out what undiscovered combo Konami was trying to ban. With the regalia of Hand Destruction restricted, Good Stuff morphed back into something resembling its original form as Summoned Demon Beatdown, now incorporating Megamorph, while Equipment Beat with Maha Vilo, Demon's Axe, and Megamorph was its major rival. Mill rose to prominence in this time as the 3rd major deck. While the differences between Demon Beat and Equipment Beat could often blur to the point of the 2 decks sometimes being one and the same, Mill was completely distinct as its own separate strategy. In part because of Mill's role in the tournament environment and the occasional play of the limited hand destruction cards, Exodia was not remotely playable at this time. August 10th brought with it Premium Pack 3. As you will probably recall from past videos, the Premium Packs originated as an event-exclusive booster pack distributed at the 1999 National Championships in the Tokyo Dome, which ended in disaster. In the aftermath of the Tokyo Dome riot, Konami downplayed the premium pack product
That
lineup.
story was
Pack
wild.
2 was only used to print Ritual Monster versions of the National Championship vanillas, which nobody wanted because Ritual Monsters sucked, and was distributed at Jump Festa in 1999, while Premium Pack 3 was used to reprint the Tokyo Dome participation prizes for the general public, and marked the first time a premium product was sold in general card shops instead of at an event. Most of the Premium Pack 3 cards didn't matter except for one.
Iconic.
This was a fusion monster with 4,500 attack and 3,800 defense, formed from the fusion of 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, originally created to give Kaiba a climactic card to summon in his fateful rematch with Yugi during the Duelist Kingdom arc. And if you'll think back to about 8 months earlier, way back in Booster 6, there was that one card Devil Franken that let you pay 5,000 LP to special summon any monster from your fusion deck. Okay, look. Normal summon Devil Franken. Pay 5,000 LP. Special summon Ultimate Dragon. Attach Megamorph to Ultimate Dragon. It now has 9,000 attack. Swing. GG. Very high skill. Much strategy. Great game, Konami. Devil Franken Blue Eyes was the second one-turn kill deck after the previous year's Last Will Cannon Soldier Exodia loop, and it was an extremely prevalent one because it only required 2 cards to do. The one advantage that fusion monsters had was that they existed in a separate fusion deck and didn't need to be drawn. Once you removed the disadvantage
where
of needing
people
to have
started
3 or
playing
4 specific cards
actually
in hand to
playing
summon them,
Kuribo?
it was only natural that the most powerful fusion available would wreak havoc. Devil Franken could be easily searched with Critter or Killer Tomato, and while Megamorph generally needed to be drawn directly, it could also be searched by using Painful Choice, fetching it from the graveyard with Magician of Faith. The very last thing holding the deck back was the necessity to deal combat damage to win, and the threat of the opponent's Ultimate Dragon retaliating against one's own Devil Franken if your attack was stopped by a Glamour, Chained Boomerang, or something else entirely. So these Devil Franken OTK decks ran a lot of removal. Harpy's Feather Duster, Hurricane, Cyclone, Tribute to the Doomed, that sort of thing. Counter trap cards like Magic Jammer and God's Judgment became essential to counter the opponent's
Just play
counters.
Kuribo, dude.
But despite all these advantages, Devil Franken OTK was not the deck that won the big tournament of the year. That's because Konami banned it 5 days after Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was printed, limiting Megamorph to 1 and making the OTK nearly impossible to pull off. The fact that people remember the week when it was legal at all speaks to how fast the metagame was changing. Yushi remembered feeling that the ban happened too fast, and believed that Konami's R&D team must have already known about the combo back when Megamorph was printed, issuing the new list preemptively. However, Devil Franken and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon were themselves untouched, so many good stuff decks absorbed them, using traps to defend the Franken during the one turn it would be vulnerable, immediately after summoning Ultimate. It was 5 days after the restriction, on August 20th, that Konami held the Asia Championship, the game's first international tournament. At the time, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was only sold in Asia,
Championships
which made this the de
to this
facto
day still
world
exist.
championship of its day.
Also cool.
Konami took inspiration from Creatures Inc.'s Pokemon TCG competitions, requiring players to enter a raffle to win their entry into the tournament. Participants were given these passes to indicate their right to participate, and just 3 countries were included: Japan.
Oh, a D's pass? Bro, you get a D's pass.
Hong Kong, and Taiwan. While the tournament was somewhat biased in Japan's favor, with West Japan and East Japan's tournament bracket having its finalists seeded directly into grand finals against the winner of a Taiwan versus Hong Kong match, the Asia Championship was ultimately won by Tam Yi Look from Hong Kong. His deck was not Mill or Beatdown, but Cannon Soldier Burn. It ran 3 copies each of Cannon Soldier, Killer Snake, Critter, Witch of the Black Forest, and Magician of Faith, plus 2 copies of Mask of Darkness, 1 Giant Soldier of Stone, Wall of Illusion, Cyberpod, and Muka Muka. Its magic cards were 3 copies of Painful Choice, 2 Delinquent Duo, Hurricane, Snatch Steal, Monster Reborn, Tribute to the Doomed, and Graceful Charity, with
And there you go. That's the first deck profile.
1 each of Pot of Greed, Change of Heart, Thunderbolt, Harpy's Feather Duster, Swords Revealing Light, and Black Hole. Finally, the traps consisted of 2 God's Judgment and 1 each of Deck Destruction Virus, Mirror Force, Ultimate Offering, and Magic Jammer, with no
This is the first tournament winning deck profile.
fusion deck for a total of 48 cards. The idea behind this specific era of Cannon Burn was not to deal damage solely
48 cards, bro. It started, oh my god, competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Started with the Pepega. Oh my
through beatdown
god.
or burn, but to weigh in at about half and half, resulting in a beatdown deck that won twice as fast as regular beat, but without the brick potential of pure burn. The retrospective consensus is that Cannon Burn was chosen because of its metagame advantages over Mill. At the time, Mill was believed to hold the advantage over traditional beatdown because of how disruptive Cyberpod was to the board, but Cannon Burn was built around efficient use of Killer Snake. Painful Choice would tutor 3 Killer Snakes along with Graceful Charity and Ultimate Offering, which could be retrieved with Saint Magician and Mask of Darkness later, while the snakes would bounce back to hand at the start of each turn to be used as discard targets for Graceful Charity, Tribute to the Doomed, and Magic Jammer. With Cannon Soldier out, Ultimate Offering would enable a 3,000 point burn through the opponent's life, beginning with either Critter or Witch of the Black Forest, and then cycling through both playsets of each with Cannon Soldier. Muka Muka from Volume 6, reprinted earlier that February in Metal Raiders, acted as the deck's finishing move, as with 3 Killer Snakes returning to hand at the start of the turn, it could easily reach up to 3,000 attack power. Back home in Japan, with Hand Destruction and Devil Franken OTK limited out of the game, it was becoming apparent that rather than a return to good stuff and equipment beatdown, Mill was the new deck to beat. As a result, the Cannon Burn deck began to slowly proliferate once news of the Asia Championship results spread in magazines and by word of mouth. September brought the third core booster of Series 2, Curse of Anubis. If Magic Ruler was the magic-focused set of the year, and Pharaoh's Servant was monster-focused, then Curse of Anubis was the trap set. In fact, its most famous monster revolved entirely around traps.
Jinzo! At my very first local, I traded a Jinzo against 3 Egyptian god cards, which was probably the biggest ripoff of all time, but I was the happiest little kid ever. Because I don't give a fuck about no Jinzo, I had the god cards, dude.
The android Psycho Shocker. Psycho Shocker was a key card for supporting character Jonochi in the Battle City arc of the manga, though his anime debut was still 7 months off in the future. His effect was slightly watered down compared to the manga. All traps could not be used, and any turret traps would be negated.
The Josh Market L started early.
Monster,
Yeah, I
Psycho
practiced.
Shocker's effect on tournament play was immense, as it was only 100 points shy of matching the summoned demon's attack power. And being that it also had exactly 1500 defense, it could be searched by Witch of the Black.
I got pressured into a bad trade as a kid too. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's okay to do that. It's absolutely not okay to do that. But I am, from a today's perspective, not mad about that at all. Because I was literally, I was like, I don't know, 7 years old, 8 years old, I don't know. And friggin', I was happy about my god card. So at the end of the day, why does it matter now? Like, for me, it doesn't. Of course, there's still a scumbag for doing that. But hey, I was happy, so whatever.
Black Forest. This resulted in Shocker replacing the demon outright, bringing an end to demon beatdown, and establishing in the player's eyes that nothing was sacred when it came to power creep.
What do you mean is not okay? I mean, ripping off kids because they don't know the value of their cards. That is not okay. It's absolutely not okay. But from my perspective today, it's like, I was still happy about it as a kid. So, like, I don't care anymore.
For over a year could get phased out. Other key cards from the set included Imperial Order, Call of the Living Dead, and Premature Burial. Imperial Order negated all magic cards in exchange for 700 life points every turn. Living Dead special summoned a monster from its controller's graveyard for as long as Living Dead remained face up on the field, and Premature Burial did the same thing for 800 LP, but also equipped itself to the card, meaning it could buff Mahavilo. These last 2 cards were both more balanced for
the fact that they brought back Order is so funny to me.
Monster Reborn that were restricted to their user's side of the board and provided opportunities for the opponent to remove the revived monster by removing the card that summoned it, while Imperial Order was a universal counter to Pot of Greed, Thunderbolt, Harpy's Feather Duster, Cyclone, and all equipped magic cards. Imperial Order was seen as a costless version of Magic Jammer because life point costs weren't really costs at all, and were in fact desirable long-term to get to a lower LP than the opponent and activate Megamorph, which yes, people were still running even at 1, and Imperial Order could be turned off effectively whenever you wanted by simply refusing to pay its cost on any given turn. You could deny your opponent access to equip magic and draw for several turns, then when you're ready to go off, refuse to pay for Imperial Order at the start of your next turn and use your magic cards freely. The only reason to use Magic Jammer was because it was a counter trap card, and hence it was faster in terms of spell speed, but the discard cost and situational nature of counter traps at the time made Imperial Order preferable. Both cards could be nullified by Psycho Shocker, so Imperial Order also reinforced that card's dominance in the metagame. While Call of the Living Dead was a more balanced...
why didn't they call him Psycho Shocker? Why did Jinzo have to be changed? What was wrong with Psycho Shocker?
Monster Reborn, it also had a valuable combo with Psycho Shocker. Since Shocker did not nullify any traps until it was already on the field, it was possible to use Call to special summon Shocker from the graveyard, and then have Shocker's effect negate Call's effects, so that Psycho Shocker would not have to leave the field if Call did, functionally turning it into
scary
a blank
word.
card.
Okay.
This could also be used to negate Call's effect on other monsters summoned by it, so long as the player activated Call before summoning Shocker. And after Shocker blanked out Living Dead's effect, you could also safely bounce it back to hand with Hurricane to set it again and reuse it next turn. Premature Burial was in a similar...
Is there a meaning to Jinzo? I agree, it's a cool name. I don't mind it, but is there a meaning behind Jinzo? The full name is Jinzo Ningen Psycho Shocker. Okay, you just answered my question before I even said it.
Position to call, but the condition for destroying the monster it was equipped to was the destruction of Burial itself. Returning it to hand with Hurricane would not trigger that. So, Jinzo power creep aside, this was actually a pretty good, balanced array of new effects, with interesting combos and strategic applications, and of course Konami had to throw in something really dumb. Their really dumb card of this set was Chaos Pod, localized internationally as Morphing Jar No. 2. Chaos Pod's flip effect shuffled both players' monsters into their deck, then revealed cards from the top of their decks until the same number of monsters as they shuffled in were revealed, and then special summoned all of those monsters in face-down defense position while discarding the rest of the revealed cards. Now, if you're an old-school Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG player, you might be wondering why I'd single this card out as especially bad, and the reason is that Japan's version of Chaos Pod was not level restricted. It could special summon anything, not just level 4 or lower monsters. You could bounce a bunch of critters into your deck and get Psycho Shockers out. The version we got was based on a June 2002 errata, and even that has been semi-limited or forbidden for most of the 21st century. However, shuffling in low-level stuff and crapping out high-level cards was just the tip of the iceberg. Because Chaos Pod was a flip effect, it could go off when an opponent's monster attacked it, and while it would still be destroyed if its defense was lower than the attacker's attack, its effect would go off and shuffle all other monsters into the deck. And because they came out in defense mode,
Okay, this explanation just killed off Actman. Actman just left the building.
the opponent wouldn't be able to continue with their current battle phase, since they'd need to move their monsters into attack mode in a main phase first. So it could almost end their turn and totally steal the tempo of the game by going off, and because it discarded any cards it didn't summon, it was also a de facto mill card. On top of that, Chaos Pod's special summoning monsters face down synergized with the numerous flip effects used in Mill, recycling already used flips and setting up new ones, and even sending itself into the deck only to bring itself back out. The one caveat to Chaos Pod was that if a player had no
Thunderbolt is
monsters to send to
Raigeki.
their deck, they wouldn't summon any out, and the fewer monsters they had in play, the less likely they were to mill a significant number of cards. The best way for Mill to use it was to create a situation where the Mill player had far fewer monsters than the opponent, causing the opponent to have to reveal a lot of cards and send a lot of them to the graveyard, while the Mill player on average would reveal and discard fewer. Chaos Pod was complemented by the Shallow Grave, a magic card that caused both players to special summon a monster from their graveyards in face-down defense mode. The Shallow Grave could be used to fetch Chaos Pod back after it was destroyed, while forcing the opponent to put another monster down that would make them reveal more cards for Pod later. This was supported by the rules of the time. While in later revisions of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Expert rules, you can only activate an effect if it could be fulfilled in its entirety, at the time of Curse of Anubis, you could activate the Shallow Grave even if one player didn't have any monsters in their graveyard, and the other player would still be forced to summon one.
Oh.
Having more monsters than the opponent was now a
PSCT.
disadvantage in the Age of Chaos Pod Mill, and the Shallow Grave was used to make that disadvantage happen. Other decks were not completely hung out to dry. Curse of Anubis also introduced the Apostle of Obliteration, a magic card that destroyed and removed a face-down monster from the game, and if it was an effect monster, removed all copies of it from both players' decks. At the time, there was no way to get monsters removed from the game back, and between Cyberpod, Metamorpod, Needleworm, and Chaos Pod, virtually all monsters used in Mill were flip effects. So if you managed to get all three obliterations off, the Mill player...
Do you feel like they should have kept it that way? That the banished zone or removed from play actually is that? Do you think that would be cooler if we had a zone where you can like actually not interact with cards? Like remove it for good? I think it'd be interesting to have ways like I mean, I don't mind the fact that we can interact with banished cards. I really don't mind that. I really don't mind the fact that there are cards that can interact with banished cards. What I do sometimes have though is like, especially if I look at cards like Winter Cherries, it's like every once in a while I'm like, yeah, I would really like to use Winter Cherries, but it's kind of meh that every single deck has like ways to recycle their shit. So it would be really nice to remove cards for good. But then maybe it would be too oppressive that way either, as well. I don't know.
there would have almost nothing left.
It's an interesting thought experiment. I think if there should be in a card game, if there should be a way of getting rid of cards for good without being able to recycle them ever.
Metamorpod was best played with as few cards in hand as possible.
They did kind of try and work around that with face down banished, yeah, but even that is not like
Apostle of Obliteration wasn't just a hate card for Mill either, as in good stuff matchups it was valuable for stopping Critter and Witch of the Black Forest from going off, and these properties would make it a metagame staple for years to come. Another Mill hate card was Ceasefire, a trap card that flipped all face down monsters face up without activating their effects and burning the opponent 500 points for every effect monster revealed. Against a regular deck, this could ruin setup and leave the opponent seriously wounded, but against a Mill deck, it would leave them with an unusable board state of
what's
weak
very
monsters
interesting
and no
about
options to tribute them to
what's
get something
very interesting
stronger
about these videos is like that it feels like these cards come out in a certain order as like a response to the previous metagame always, right? It feels like they build on top of each other. It's like, okay, we found out that this or that is a problem. Like set monsters are starting to become a problem, so we make Nobleman and Ceasefire, and trap cards are becoming a thing, so we make Jinzo and whatnot.
Because Mill generally didn't
Which
run
is something that, like,
as
as a kid, I didn't pay attention to
that. These hate cards made better use of the side deck, but even with them, the balance was still tilted too far in Mill's favor. And as a result, just 1 month after Curse of Anubis
is the MD Challenger Cup an international tournament? It is EU only, but everyone from EU can play, yeah.
Launch, Chaos Pod and Cyberpod were both limited down to 1 per deck as part of the November 2000 restriction list. Even before the ban list, though, the beginnings of a challenger to Mill were already emerging. Curse of Anubis introduced one last notable card, Backup Soldier. This was a trap card that could be activated if you had 5 or more monsters in your graveyard, and would add up to 3 normal monsters with 1500 or less attack from your graveyard to your hand. Or in English, it put 3 Exodia pieces in your hand. You could fill up the graveyard with the right and left arms and
I
legs
played
using
this card in my
choice,
first
and then
locals
only needed to
Exodia.
manually draw or search for Exodia's head, because it's an effect monster, so Backup Soldier can't grab it, using Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity, Critter, and the other usual suspects. This formed what became known as Painful Exodia, as the 3rd deck of the new metagame. By this time, Cannon Burn was rare because of Psycho Shocker shutting it down, and Mahavilo had dropped off in play for similar reasons. The irony of it all was that because the graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is essentially a second hand, painful choice wasn't painful at all, and wasn't even a choice. You got the cards you wanted no matter what the opponent chose. If they went into your hand, you got them. If they went into the grave, you cast Backup Soldier and got them anyway. And also because of Backup Soldier, hand destruction was no longer strong against Exodia, so there were fewer forces reining it in. So between the launch of Curse of Anubis in late September and the next ban list revision
and this one was made because Exodia was like killed off by the previous ban list, so they gave it more support.
the 1st of November, the metagame came to revolve around a trifecta of Psycho Shocker Good Stuff, Chaos Pod Mill, and Painful Exodia. The November ban list limited the Chaos and Cyber Pods along with Psycho Shocker, Monster Reborn, Killer Snake, Snatch Steal, and Swords of Revealing Light, while Heavy Storm and Imperial Order were semi-limited down to 2. This ban list was primarily targeted at Mill, but also hurt Exodia by hitting Swords of Revealing Light. Good Stuff didn't really care about losing one copy of Psycho Shocker because the wisdom of the day was to search it with Witch of the Black Forest. But everybody felt the effects of Killer Snake being put down to 1, as it ruined painful choice combos and preemptively hurt Cannon Burn decks before they could even get back on their feet. The decision to hit Monster Reborn and Snatch Steal was a long time coming, but ironically made them more used than before, as players sold off their excess copies, and it became easier for everyone to get their hands on the one Monster Reborn or Snatch Steal they needed. The ban list was not the only change to the metagame that November. On the 23rd of the month, Konami launched the first starter deck of Series 2, the EXR Starter Box. It was mostly a reprint of the earlier EX Starter Box, but with 2 important additions: the new Magic cards Cross Soul and Hand Obliteration, later localized as Soul Exchange and Card Destruction. Cross Soul allowed you to tribute an opponent's monster instead of your own for a tribute summon, but in exchange stopped you from conducting a battle phase that turn. This made it a combination removal card and means of gaining momentum, by both taking a monster off the opponent's board and giving you an advanced monster like Psycho Shocker without the need to waste a turn setting up a tribute. The loss in card advantage for you was the same as if you had tributed normally, because you lost a card playing Cross Soul. You could just do it a turn earlier. It was also valuable because it could remove
there's no
flip
loss
effect
in card
monsters
advantage. It's a trade because you tribute your opponent's monster instead.
without risking their effects going off by battling them. Hand Obliteration was the main draw of the new product. Both players would discard their hands and draw the same number of cards as they discarded. Similar to the old Wheel of Fortune in Magic the Gathering or the later printed Rockets Admin in Pokemon, this was highly disruptive since it took away whatever combos the opponent was assembling. Unlike those cards, it preserved whatever state of card advantage was already established, since you were both drawing the same number you had discarded.
It's still a
It
neck
wasn't
one,
something
brother.
to be used with total reckless abandon, since you didn't want to discard anything you couldn't guarantee you would get back later, but it was a natural tool for the mill deck still recovering from the latest wave of bans. This was a very difficult card for Exodia to deal with, because while it could get back the other pieces using Backup Soldier, if Exodia's head ever hit the
there's no
graveyard,
way
that
to
was
get back
effectively
the
the
head.
end of the game.
So
December
no
brought
head?
with it the latest Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game, Duel Monsters 4 Battle of Great Duelist. Or rather, it brought with it the latest Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games,
Oh,
because
no,
Battle of Great
anti-spell
Duelist launched in
fragrance.
3 versions: Yugi, Kaiba, and Jonochi.
There's anti-spell
Konami had observed
fragrance.
the success of Pokemon split versions across 2 generations of
And Ring of
games, and like
Destruction,
many Turn of the
based.
Millennium game developers, they sought to imitate Pokemon. However, Konami took this a step further than simply having different versions for you to trade between. Like all of their past Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, Duel Monsters 4 included a number of pack-in promotional cards randomly inserted, but these promos were also version exclusive and incredibly powerful. Yugi's version included the trap cards Anti-Magic Fragrance and Ring of Destruction. The former was a continuous trap card that forced both players to set their magic cards for a turn before they could activate them, effectively removing the primary advantage of magic cards by making them work like traps. The latter was one of the most broken cards in the game. Before its first errata, Ring of Destruction allowed users to destroy any monster on the field and deal damage equal to its attack power to both players. This made it very easy to remove high-power monsters and burn the opponent all at once. A common use for it at the time was to activate Ring of Destruction during damage calculation. Say your Gemini Elf with Demon's Axe equipped swings for 2900 into the opponent's face. You could then use Ring of Destruction on your own monster to effectively double the damage dealt, up to 5800. As long as you have more life points remaining than the targeted monster has attack and the opponent has less, you win on the spot.
Wait,
It was also
damage calc? What do you mean? Also, do we have this lost art from Ring? I don't think
used
we
to
do,
force
right?
draws in
That's also
tournaments by
that would
mutually
also be a
destroying
cool
both
lost
players,
art.
rather than eating a loss and hurting your own record. As a result of how unbalanced this card was, it would later be
We
limited
do?
and eventually forbidden at different times in both the OCG and TCG.
I might get myself
and its
one of
text
those
was
just
eventually
to have
rewritten
it.
in 2015 to make it usable
Is it
only once per
expensive?
turn, only on the opponent's turn, and only targeting monsters they controlled, with attack less than or equal to their life points. Even after the errata,
Probably
it would
not,
continue
right?
to be
It's
limited
not
until
relevant.
2018. Kaiba's version included the magic cards Force and the monster Blood Force, which was really just a power-crept Gemini
it's
elf.
not
But the
expensive,
important
but-
part was that it effectively doubled the number of Gemini elves you could run in good stuff decks, since now you could have up to 6 level 4 monsters with 1900 attack, the highest possible for their level at that time. This was not as fancy as Ring of Destruction, but it was still highly sought after, and a number of players ended up running only one copy because they couldn't afford to buy more copies of the video game or track down singles of Blood Force. The Jonochi version got the short end of the stick with generally underwhelming cards. Yugi's version was the most in demand because of the promos packed in, and Battle of Great Duelist as a whole
Yeah,
went on to be
Joey's
the
version
19th
is
best-selling
shit,
Game Boy
dude.
game of all time at 2.5 million copies. in large part because of demand for these promos and for the Egyptian god cards also packed in
They
as a
did
pre-order
my boy
bonus with
Joey
each version.
dirty with these
Prints of
games.
Osiris, Obelisk, and Ra were all illegal. They had no effects except for some text specifying they couldn't be used in a duel, and they were printed with unique card backs, and that
I still traded my Jinzos for them.
caused a great
Got
deal
my
of
Jinzo for
confusion,
them.
especially for younger kids that just wanted to play the monsters they were reading about in Shonen Jump magazine. The combination of version splitting and version-specific promos packed in with the games was extremely controversial among Japanese fans. People really hated how greedy Konami was getting, trying to get them all to buy multiple copies of multiple versions of a 4,000 yen video game, actually it was 5,000 after tax, with 3 randomly inserted promo cards out of a pool of 5 each. It was bad for collectors, it was bad for competitive players, and it was bad for kids.
Oh, you don't even get all the promos? You get 3 out of 5? Imagine just buying the Yugi game and not getting Anti-Spell and Ring. You get the other 3. You just get, like, destroyed by Destiny.
And again, 2.5 million
That
copies
looks like
sold.
that
It
sounds
was
like an opening on my stream. Like, what do you think if I was a streamer in that time and I unboxed one of those games? There's no shot I open Anti-Spell and Ring. There's no shot. There's no shot I'm opening Anti-Spell and Ring. What is the magic card? That is Riryoku, the one that takes half of your opponent's monster's attack and gives it to one of your monsters.
fantastic for Konami. The video game itself was badly received because it played by its own weird rules rather than the real rules of the OCG. Each version was limited to only using 1/3 of the total card
I remember
pool and
this
couldn't
game.
even use the god cards
played
without
this
trading
game.
them to another version, and
I'm
it was
pretty sure I
transparently
played
part
this
of a
game as a
seasonal
kid.
Christmas strategy. So on top of everything
we
else,
have this
Konami
in
ruined
Europe?
Christmas that year.
Or in the
As a direct
TCG
result of
world.
Ring of Destruction becoming so metagame defining, Good Stuff's position
We
was
had this
strengthened
game, right?
greatly
I
by these
remember
new
this.
promos, because you could totally shut the ring down just by getting Psycho Shocker into play. Mill and Exodia were still in trouble against Ring of Destruction, because even though they didn't tend to field strong face-up monsters,
This looks
at the
very
time you could
familiar.
still use Ring to blow up your own monster to go for the kill. Anti-Magic Fragrance became a core piece of a dedicated control deck called Aroma Chain, which combined it with Chain Energy, a card from Magic Ruler that forced players to spend 500 life points to summon or set any monsters from hand. But Aroma Chain was very vulnerable to hand destruction because it depended on a specific card combo to go off, so it didn't see a lot of play. Konami capped off the year with the 4th expansion of Series 2, Thousand Eyes Bible. The previous 3 sets were used to flesh out magic, monsters, and trap cards. Thousand Eyes Bible brought all of that together,
set.
with a lot more nuanced and complex card effects to mixed results. First off was Goblin Attack Force, a 4-star monster that broke the established rules of
I
card
love
design
this
by
card
having
as a kid.
2300 attack, but in exchange had
It's
0
awful,
defense, and would
but I
automatically
love that
change to
card as a
defense
kid.
mode after attacking and be unable to change its position next turn. While you were almost guaranteed to lose the monster
I
on the turn
love
after you
Goblin
attacked with
Attack
it,
Force.
its high attack power and comparatively low downside made it attractive to good stuff decks. Probably its most important impact was diminishing the use of wall monsters, as 2000 defense walls were hard to keep around. Then there was the Sorceress Giga Cyber, a level 6 monster with 2200 attack that could special summon itself for free if the opponent had 2 or more monsters than its owner. Giga Cyber was immediately attractive because it could even out the board state and take back the tempo of the game. And while 2200 attack was comparatively low for a monster that would normally require a tribute to summon, the fact that you could special summon it for free meant you could also tribute it for your normal summon of the turn if the need arose. From the traps, the standout cards were Magic Drain and Gravity Bind. Magic Drain worked like a free Magic Jammer, except that the opponent could disable it by discarding
Gravity
Magic
Bind
card
is
from their
Troll
hand.
Despair, dude.
If they didn't have one in hand, then it really was just Magic Jammer with no cost. But if they did have one and chose to pay that price, then you could get a lead in card advantage by making them discard. Magic Drain didn't catch on right away, but once Imperial Order went from semi-limited to fully limited the following January, there wasn't much keeping Magic Drain in check, and it started to proliferate into general usage. Gravity Bind, meanwhile, was a continuous trap card that stopped all level 4 or higher monsters from attacking, putting a stop to virtually all of the common attackers of the day. It was an incredibly powerful lockdown card, but it did have one glaring counter, Psycho Shocker. As soon as you summoned him, Gravity Bind would turn off, and because he was searchable through Witch of the Black Forest, it was hard to keep a Gravity Bind lock going. Mill and Exodia both wanted to use Gravity Bind on good stuff, but as long as they could get Shocker out, it was an uphill battle. While Traps had Magic Drain and Gravity Bind, Magic cards got Cold Wave and Limiter Release. Cold Wave was unique in that it could only be cast during the first main phase of a turn, and stopped both players from playing Magic or Trap cards until its player's next turn. This gave you the freedom to safely set up your board for a turn, and could represent a significant gain in tempo if it blocked the opponent from going after your summoned or set monsters with cards like Disciple of Obliteration. While games were slower at the time, and one turn wasn't as big of a gain as it would be today, as effects became more powerful, players began looking back on Cold Wave more seriously. Limiter Release doubled the power of all face-up machine-type monsters and then destroyed them at the end of the turn. There weren't a ton of uses for this back at launch, because the old machines like Mecha Hunter had been power crept out of the format, while the only new one
Wait, isn't Fiend Mega Cyber?
commonly played was Psycho Shocker, but 4800 attack was nothing to sneeze at.
Never
and
mind.
because Limiter applied it to final attack instead of base attack, it would also double any other bonuses on Shocker like Demon's Axe or Megamorph. There was obviously a lot of potential in Limiter Release, it just wasn't fully realized. Finally, there was the cover card. The monster that served as the face of Thousand Eyes Bible was also the final
Thousand Eyes Restrict.
boss of the Duelist Kingdom arc, Thousand Eyes Sacrifice. This was a fusion monster that had a ritual monster as part of its required materials, which made it essentially impossible to use in regular play.
Yeah, it's impossible to use in regular play, right? Right, surely.
Because you would have to first
this
draw
is way
and then
too
play
hard
the
to
required
use
ritual
in
magic card,
regular
offer 2
play,
monsters as
right?
tribute
That's
to summon
super
sacrifice,
hard to
then summon
summon,
Thousand
bro.
Eyes Idol, and play the
How
fusion
would that
magic card
card
to combine
ever
the idol
make-
with sacrifice
like, how would
to
you
make
ever
Thousand
use
Eyes
that?
sacrifice. That was way too many steps to ever be practical.
Yeah.
So players needed loopholes to actually get 1000 onto the board. There were a couple approaches to this, but the only practical one was using our old pal Devil Franken to pay 5000 LP and just dump Thousand Eyes right onto the field. Summoning it like this was costly, and came with the caveat that if it was destroyed by a card effect, it would go back to the fusion deck instead of the graveyard, because it wasn't properly fusion summoned, so you couldn't revive it with something like Call of the Living Dead or Monster Reborn. But since Devil Franken could be inserted standalone into anything, it wasn't like your whole strategy revolved around it. Using sacrifice like this was desirable because you didn't have to commit to anything to do it. And why would you want to go through all of that trouble? Well, because if you break out a magnifying glass to actually read its effect, Thousand Eyes Sacrifice was inarguably the strongest effect monster in the game. It stopped all other monsters from changing their battle positions or declaring attacks, and once per turn could equip an opponent's monster to it to copy its attack and defense, a nearly perfect recreation of how it worked in the manga. The only thing it was missing was that originally, if Thousand Eyes would be destroyed, then its equipped monster was destroyed instead, which was later added in through an errata after the effect box was expanded for Series 3. It was a natural partner for Devil Franken, since its attack-stopping ability neutralized the major weakness of having an attack mode Franken out and vulnerable. This is basically the legacy of Thousand Eyes Bible. It was a set with a lot of potential, and most of it took years to actually be realized. There were a lot of potentially powerful effects in the set, like 4-starred Ladybug of Doom, Bubonic Vermin, and Meteor Strike, but none of them were widely played at launch, and even the best cards of the set needed time before they would come into their own. The result was that the metagame didn't actually change much after the set dropped. It was still good stuff Mill and Exodia, running mostly the same lists, but with some Magic Drain and Goblin Attack Force thrown in. As part of Konami's marketing push for the Yu-Gi-Oh brand, the anime was featured at the Jump Festa 2000 convention on December 16th and 17th. This was where Premium Pack 4 was initially sold, as part of a special pre-sale before it went out to stores in January. This Premium Pack was themed around Yugi's Magician cards from the Battle City arc, including the mascot character Black Magician Girl, but its most important contribution to the metagame was the card Magic Cylinder. This trap card negated one attack and damaged the opponent equal to the attacker's attack, and in combination with Ring of Destruction, it could punish a reckless opponent by blowing through all of their life points on the spot.
I think this is where we start
However,
getting like
its time in the
actual
spotlight
burn
didn't last long, because Magic
and
Cylinder
not Cannon
was
Soldier,
restricted before the
OTK,
Premium Pack even
FTK
went out to
burns.
stores. The January 2001 ban list limited it to 1 per deck, making it hard to pull off, and forcing players to be very careful about when they timed their cylinders. With this kind of punishing burn in the format, players began to be more careful about how they rationed their life points, especially with dropping below the 4000 range. Magic Cylinder was not the only card to get hit. Limiter Removal, Painful Choice, Backup Soldier, Call of the Haunted, Ceasefire, and Imperial Order were all put down to 1. Critter, Witch of the Black Forest, Apostle of Obliteration, Force, and Ring of Destruction were all semi-limited to 2, and Last Will and Swords of Revealing Light both went from limited to semi-limited, while Gravekeeper's Servant was freed from the ban list entirely.
Yeah,
Hitting
let's
painful
bring back Last Will, dude. Let's bring back Last Will. That's definitely the direction that it should
Choice
go
and
on the
Backup
ban
Soldier
list.
was a pretty transparent shot at Exodia, and going after Critter, Witch, and Living Dead also hurt that deck in addition to a bunch of others by limiting search and revival options. Hitting Apostle of Obliteration strengthened Mill, while limiting Imperial Order resulted in other traps getting stronger, particularly Magic Drain. And the hits to Magic Cylinder and Ring of Destruction were important because they reduced the value of 2 hard-to-get cards while weakening burn decks as a whole.
Video,
In
thank you
Japan,
for the
it's generally
prime.
thought that
Appreciate it.
Ceasefire
Thank you
was
so
limited
much.
for the same reason, to prevent burn from becoming too dominant. What was not understandable was going after Force
What is
and
this
Limiter
video's
removal.
title? I'll link
While
it to
neither
you
card
when
was
we're done.
considered
We're,
bad at
we're
the
almost
time,
done.
they
I'll
also
link
weren't
it to
being
you
played.
so you can watch the
They would
entire
remain on the
series
list
because
until
we're gonna
April
stop after this
2003,
part.
and
for
Limiter
today.
removal would eventually go back in for entirely understandable reasons from 2005 to 2019. Last Will coming off the list made people nervous even after it was errated to only be once per turn, and the card would ultimately go back in 4 years later, eventually being forbidden entirely. And finally, nobody knows why Gravekeeper's Servant was put on the list in the first place, and nobody knows why it came off either. The end, no moral. With Exodia kicked down into low-tier hell alongside Reanimate and Aroma Chain, Good Stuff and Mill were left to slug it out as the top decks of the 2001 format. But they wouldn't be there for long, because with the OCG now entering its 3rd year, the game plan for Yu-Gi-Oh! Was all about solidifying the brand as something more than a manga. Week by week, the Battle City tournament finals were wrapping up in Shonen Jump, and would play out over the next 2 years, while the anime was closing out the Duelist Kingdom arc, and would be starting on Battle City in April. Konami had one of the most popular properties in Japan, but their demographic appeal was much narrower than Pokemon. And Takahashi wouldn't be making the manga forever. If the game was to keep printing its blood money, they would need to establish a brand that stood independent of its source material. So for 2001, Konami diversified, with its first expert rule video games, adaptations of the Dungeon Dice Monsters figure game as a fallback, and the first localized releases of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime and product lines overseas.
All right. I love watching videos of nostalgic Yu-Gi-Oh! I do too. I think this is very interesting. I'll send you the link in chat in case anyone wants to follow the channel. But this is enough for now. No, not more, not more. You guys, yo, look, hey. Very simple. I need stuff for my lunch breaks anyways. Just if you like to watch these together, just follow the stream and tune in into another. Like we will keep watching these. We will keep watching these. Just not right now. We don't binge watch them all at one time. No, I need to get to Diamond. I need to get to Diamond 1. We're almost there, bro. We can make it. We're so close. We're so close. Also, I owe you guys a remix because we did hit the last sub goal. Thank you guys for that. Appreciate it.
Joshua Schmidt.
And we hop back in. Also, we have the leaks in. We have not the leaks, the reveals, the gold prize reveals in 40 minutes.
Joshua.
I did forget to like the video.
Joshua.
Joshua now has perfect information. His beast is
All right, 3 hand traps and a raid and a dream.
Perfect. It all comes down to this. Joshua Schmidt goes for it.
Wait, but he's going first.
This is over.
Joshua Schmidt.
Am I supposed to Ash a planet Pathfinder when they go first? Probably. Oh, this is a 1-card Regulus.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Smile.
Beatdown Master, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Maybe I should have Veilered the Pathfinder, yeah. I think I'm supposed to Veiler this immediately so that the Borea falls off.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Saving up for the remix 2294.
Almost there, Neri. Almost there. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, 2 cards left. End phase. Bottom. Do I activate infinite impermanence? I don't think I do. I think I just go Hayate, attack directly. Send Afterburner. Yeah. So what is this deck? Pure Therions? Math mech? Pure Therion topped the recent 512. 512? It did? That's crazy. I mean, I'm looking forward to what decks we're gonna see tomorrow. I'm honestly looking forward to it. What do you think the best sprite list will be in Master Duel? By far, Runic Sprite. Please tribute yourself. Thank you. And now, I'm thinking... Oh, I have a nice idea. I think we go for Shizuku here and we go for the Shark Cannon play with multi-roll. I don't think we search for an engage here. I think we go for a cheeky multi-roll, end phase Shark Cannon, banish Borea immediately, or the Ardua system. No, we can't banish the Ardua system. Never mind. Never mind. They have an Ash. Okay, that's bad. Irregular equipped with multiple Therions is quite scary. I've been saying that. I've been saying that irregular has to... If that had been printed a little bit earlier, like not in 2022 power creep situations, like a couple years maybe, like maybe 1 or 2 years earlier, that would have been a very strong concept. You want to play per Therion? Funny. I mean, I don't have the cards on Master Duel. They went Borea equipped to Borea. Why did you not equip Regulus? Are you mad? Unless you have another Regulus in hand? Oh, I should have waited. Oh, I should have waited until they activated the Borea effect, because now they can still search. But hopefully we don't die. How about Despia Predaplant with Therion Engine? That sounds like you're just going to break so much. But I mean, you can try it. It's not bad. Send Branded in High Spirits. Okay, what are they cooking now? Branded in High Spirits. Add Therion Cross. What is going on? What are they cooking here? Are we losing to a lore deck? Wait, Therion Cross. When your opponent activates a monster effect while you control the Therion, activate one of these effects, negate the effect, banish that monster. If you have Endless Engine, you can do both. Okay, they don't have Endless Engine. Does that help? I feel like that helps. Can you show the deck list when you finish? Absolutely. My deck lists, whenever I play a deck, are also going to be on Discord. So you can go !Discord and check it out. So I'm going to go ahead and go into Hayate again, I think. No, wait, we go Kagari first. Add back the Afterburner. They have to negate that. We're actually... I think we're still winning this. Unless they top deck. I'm doing great, Dante. How are you? Wait, no, they can Borea into an ad. Which is annoying. Hold up. So we can Kaina this Borea so it can't attack. But this is our only Kaina. Okay, so I'm gonna go Hayate. Attack directly. Send what? Send what? Send Widow Anchor, main phase 2 go Shizuku, end phase add Shark Cannon. Shark Cannon banish the Regulus, I guess. Reset. Okay, okay. Oh, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I think I have found a way how we can win if they don't top deck a Therion monster. If they don't top deck a Therion monster, I have figured out a way as to how we can win this game. If they do top deck a Therion monster, we are in a trouble. I'm ready to clip. They have a lot of top decks, to be fair, but if they draw something dead like an Argyros system, we are cooking. Hold up, I show you. So in the end phase, we activate Shizuku and we grab ourselves a Shark Cannon. We are using that Shark Cannon to banish the Regulus from the graveyard. This will allow us to use multi-roll onto Widow Anchor. And now, because... Hold up. In their draw phase, I'm going to have to think. So... You can send one card from hand or field to the graveyard, add a Therion spell trap from your deck to your hand. So I'm going to immediately Widow Anchor the Borea, because they can send it as cost, and I don't want that to happen. And now if this card is not a... We lost to the lore deck, dude. I'm gonna take out a multi-roll. Dude. That was unlucky, even though they did have a fair amount of top decks. I mean, we can look at their deck and see. Like... Okay. Lone Fire kills us. Pathfinder kills us. This kills us. This kills us. This kills us. Duster doesn't. Maxi doesn't. Ash doesn't. Foolish doesn't. Argyros system doesn't. Charge didn't. There were a lot of dead draws too. No, this was unlucky actually. They had Called By, Twin, Charge, that's 6. Argyros system, that's 9. 9, 10, 11, 14, 17. They had like 17 dead draws in the deck, and they still top deck the Therion. Unfortunate. Well, I'm still taking out a... Ash is decent because they can crash it, but then we live. That's fine. If I live, I'm fine. Argyros combo? No, Argyros is just foolish. That doesn't do anything. Right? Or you mean, oh, you can discard it for cost for Borea, right? Okay, yeah, that's true. What was your opponent cooking with High Spirit? I have no idea. What do I replace multi-roll with? Is Chicken Game not nice for... Do I have a Chicken Game? I don't have Chicken Game. And I have 1 Ultra Rare CP. Ideally, I would just say, let's do a second Disc Coliseum, but I don't have that. 1 of Nib. 1 of Nib for, like, drawing into it with Max C. I don't hate it. I'm down. The striker spell, the field spell, I think a 1 of is okay. It's not insane. You might want to cut it. But I just like having a second option when I have terraforming. But you could take it out. You could take it out. I'm not convinced. Great yet. All right. Toad! Am I imperming Lady Debug? What is this? Level 3 or lower cybers? I'm imperming Debug. Because I have a second one. Soon you'll have enough footage, trust? I mean, I know I will. Okay, they already have Gazelle.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Gapco. I will. Glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thanks for the Prime. It's like, if it's Gazelle, it was okay to keep the imperm, but I don't want him to get a microcoder. And I mean, look, it's a 54 card Cybers deck. And they already have Gazelle, as it seems like. They already have Gazelle, as it seems like, because they did not go for the Gazelle here. And Gazelle is still at 2 in Master Duel, so they just drew 2 of Gazelle, Lady Debug, and Circle in 54. Which, if they have Gazelle in hand, imperming Bailings, they go Pitch Spinny, Special Gazelle. Man, nah, it's not worth it. I have to wait for the... I probably imperm Gazelle. I probably imperm Gazelle, just so they don't get to roar. Yeah, there it is. Wait for Wolf? I mean, no, I'm always gonna imperm the Gazelle. Rather than Sunlight Wolf, adding back whatever they want. What is this? This is 2019. We went back in time. Yeah, it's toss format. Salamangreat against Sky Striker. Surely they don't have Roar in hand. Bro, they have Roar in hand as well? I'm pissed. But for now, this doesn't end in any interruptions. This is now maybe Heat Soul. But even Heat Soul is tough. Because then you don't get to use Stalio. Because, no, wait, no, you could go Stalio into Heat Soul. Yeah, you could go Stalio into Heat Soul. Which is scary against Striker. Heat Soul is a hell of a card for Sky Striker to deal with. Like, that's hard. Hard. But they go for Stalio first. Summon Jaguar. Could go Baguska? No, this hand does not make Baguska. Because it only has 1 level 4. Oh wait, it could splash. No, Splash Mage into Baguska doesn't work. And they go Sunlight Wolf instead. So they go for the resource approach. But this is not a single interrupt. Right? This is not a single interrupt. Because they're going to go Sunlight Wolf, relink, add back, Circle. Make another Bailings to add back Gazelle. So they have Circle, Gazelle back in hand. Oh wait, Linger Evil. Not another Bailings. Fair enough. Now you relink the Sunlight Wolf. Bring back Jaguar 2, recycle Sunlight Wolf probably. Yeah. This is, by the way, the only acceptable... This is the only Cyberse combo that I will gladly watch for 3 minutes. The only one. Without exception. Well, this is actually completely broken, dude. Why did I not draw Max C or Nib? That would have been so much smarter. You don't like MathMech? Bro, there's not a single person in this universe that likes MathMech. No one likes MathMech. I'm drawing too many, like, monsters. This game is omega over. I have no chance of winning this grind game. I'm literally considering scooping. Let's not talk about it. Salamangreat based. We're not mad at Salamangreat. Maxi kept combo in check. Bug. What do you think were the odds that they drew that off of Pizzo? $54 card deck, by the way. Lady Debug, Gazelle, Circle, Maxi. And a face down. Wait, is this a Sky Striker cosplayer? Probably, right? Has to be. Well, how do I don't engage me. Should we go back to watching videos? Should we go back to watching videos, maybe? I feel like Master Duel is telling us. I feel like Master Duel is telling us to, There's nothing wrong with the striker mirror. It's just the way that they opened is there's probably something wrong with this particular striker mirror. Why is it called TOS format? Thunder Orcus Salamangreat Striker. TOSS. Oh, Eagle Booster. This is literally the... There is no way! How? Bro, I have 3 cards. They're gonna have like 11. Nice linkage. I mean, it served its purpose. Bro, don't worry. I don't have Ash. You don't have to play around Ash no more. I would have ashed the first one. I'm in a bad spot right now. Spoiler alert. I don't know if we're winning this game, chat. 17 minutes until Gold Pride? True. You think we're gonna finish this game before Gold Pride? I'm gonna check my draw and see if we have to surrender. He went +2 through 2 hand traps, but he's not done. They are not done. If you think this is +2, that's cute. Let me tell you, they're gonna have 11 cards by the end of it. Exactly what I said. 7 cards on the field, 4 cards in hand. 11 cards. It's not looking too hot. Evenly would go hard. Yep, and we miss. All right. Yeah. GG. Look at the 54 card Salamangreat list. I would rather not. I would rather not. Desire good in Sky Striker? It is good, yeah. I personally don't like using it because I like the grind game with and having my resources in the deck, but it's probably a good card to use, yeah. There are leaks about rarities. I don't care about leaks. I only care about official reveals. All right. I feel like I'm being skill diffed these last couple games. Bro, today is just not the day. But it's okay. Sometimes it's just not the day. Sometimes it's just not your day, chat. You lost? Well done, Sherlock. You lost? No, I'm fighting. I'm fighting. Is that even a good called buy? It's not a good called buy, but yeah. I just didn't want them to have a freaking Welcome Labyrinth immediately and be able to activate it this turn to like rip my hand and stuff. Because this way, at least they don't have field spell and the thing. Oh, yeah, of course, bro. Whoa. How do you draw like this? You're a god amongst humans. Ooh, Ash for the welcome. Hello? Just don't be composed on the token, please. Hello? Hi Yeet. Am I supposed to? There's two options. I can attack directly and make Kagari main phase 2, or I can crash, bring back Ray. Yeah, I'm attacking directly. I'm not risking the other play where I crash and then make Kagari in the battle phase to attack over the thingy, but no. Hey, we can win this. We can win this, chat. If this engage resolves... Oh! Oh! Oh, uh-oh. No, no, not Eradicator. Not Eradicator. Not Eradicator. Nah, nah. 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 Do not Eradicator me, please. Please, nah. I don't deserve that. They don't run that? You don't know that. I've seen a few things in my days in Master Duel. They said from deck here, yes, but they can't use that card immediately. Let me activate my engage, please. No! Why? Why do you have Eradicator in your deck, dude? No. Oh, this is not fair, dude. You're too powerful, dude. How? Oh, God. What are you doing? Just come post my link monster, dude. What is this? Why would you want a Zeus? Literally, if you Zeus and I draw a Ray, you lose. And now we compose. Okay, noted. Oh my god, that was insane. What a freaking god, dude. Oh my god. All right, it's not a good day for Master Duel. It was not a good day for Master Duel. Tomorrow will be better. Because tomorrow we will be watching. Tomorrow nothing can go wrong because we will only be watching. God damn, dude. God damn. All right. Leaks. Not leaks. Revealed in a few minutes. Now you have 5 minutes to cheer me up before the reveals. Cheer me up, chat. Tell me something cool. Let's go. 5 minutes until we get the reveals. And also, don't forget, let me use these 5 minutes to remind you to join the stream for tomorrow, where we will be streaming the Challenger Cup tomorrow live on my channel. We start at 1 p.m. So you guys get a bonus stream tomorrow. You guys get a bonus stream tomorrow on the channel. Normally, you guys know I only stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday normally. Tomorrow, we're going to also stream the Challenger Cup on my channel. So follow the channel. Make sure you don't miss that. 1 p.m. CEST. I think. CEST. No. CET. GMT plus 1. Yes, CET, and GMT plus 1 is the time. Yes. Can someone drop me the link already for the influencer reveals? From the overview thingy. Let me see if I find it. Just the demo IRL always has the clips ready. I appreciate that. That always saves the editor a ton of work if you guys clip the funny moments and put them on Discord or something. So I do appreciate that. Gold Pride is the next tier 0 deck. You really think so? I'm like torn about it. I don't know. I don't know if this gives me top tier vibes yet. I don't know. I'm not convinced, but we will see. We will find out if there is. There's also no English video for it. There's not going to be an English video for it. So we're going to watch the German one. And I'm going to translate for you guys. You guys literally have to stay here. You guys literally have to stay here and wait for me to translate, because you can't translate them on your own. We're gonna watch. The NA people aren't on the website? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. You should still stay here and watch. We watched the Goldstolz Thema reveal. That's what they're called in Germany. Goldstolz. Probably an American YouTuber for the English one. I didn't know that those were not included on the thingy. So as soon as it drops in about 2 minutes, you guys can also link me the English version. That's probably easier for everyone. Yeah, they only have the EU. You guys are correct. It's only EU content creators, but they do have English videos probably for US content creators. Also, Lithium. We watched your reveal yesterday and there was no yo, what's up, guys? What do you have to say about that? What's your defense on that? And I demand a good explanation for that. I have not been greeted in typical Lithium fashion when I clicked on that video. And I demand an explanation. Doug is revealing it. All right, let me open up the DZEV channel then. Not yet. I assume DZEV. Well, it should be up now. Ooh, there it is, chat. It is here. It is here. It is here. Gold Pride is here. Okay, 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 okay. Calm down.
Photon Hypernova releases in just a few short weeks for the TCG format. This exciting set has legacy support for Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, powerful new tools for the Kashtira archetype, and some generically strong cards that pretty much any deck can use. In today's Konami-sponsored video,
Lewis, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Archetype releasing in Photon Hypernova, Gold Pride. A key element of this theme is
okay,
that
confirmation. Leon is a secret rare. We knew that. We assumed that.
When this condition is met, your main deck monsters can special summon themselves from your hand for free, while your extra deck monsters get bonus destructive effects.
We assumed that, and we know this effect. This is the only card we knew about.
Yourself paying life points, but also perhaps by your opponent dealing damage on their turn 1 while they're comboing off. Let's take a look at some of these cards, starting off with a card you might have seen in the past, Gold Pride Leon. Konami revealed this card a few weeks ago, but I think
let me skip
it'll make 1,500. This card
actually, let me remind myself about the effect. If your LP are lower than your opponent's, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a non-warrior Gold Pride monster in your grave, special summon it in defense position. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except Gold Prides. Okay. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect synchro, but only using Gold Pride monsters. All right.
Special summon, you can target one non-warrior Gold Pride monster in your graveyard. Special summon it in defense position. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except Gold Pride monsters. During your opponent's main Gold to the synchro effect monster with 900 attack and 1700.
Gold Pride Captain Carey, looking like an ultra rare here. If your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can special summon this card from your hand. Bro, my first Gold Pride opponent in a tournament, I already know they're going to open Upstart Goblin. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Gold Pride trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the grave, you can target a Gold Pride monster you control that was special summoned from the extra deck, banish up to 3 Gold Pride cards from your grave, and if you do that, monster gains 500 for each card banished. You can only use each. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, extension, whenever your life points are lower, that seems kind of interesting for like decks like Punk, where every single card like pays a little bit of life points, so every single Gold Pride is a free extender.
Defense. This card says if your life points are lower than your opponent's,
let's see what kind of trap cards this can add.
If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 Gold Pride trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 Gold Pride monster you control that was special summoned from the extra deck, banish up to 3 Gold Pride cards from your graveyard, and if you do, that monster gains 500 attack for each card banished this way. Captain Carey is a great special summon from Leon's effect because it'll trigger the effect to grab a trap card from your deck, and also that graveyard effect is better than you'll probably give it credit for because this deck has ways to OTK out of nowhere, and that 1500 attack can really make a big difference. Next up, we have Gold Pride Star Leon, a level
Gold Pride Star Leon. Okay, so this seems like one of those things where each of the main deck monsters has a corresponding extra deck monster, similar to how the Libromancers always had like a corresponding ritual monster. So this is Leon's thing, which is also an ultra rare. 1 tuner plus 1 non-tuner, so this is generic. And this is level 6. During the main phase, quick effect, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls. This card gains attack equal to that target's original attack. Then, if your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can destroy that monster. You can only use the previous effect of Leon once per turn. Once per turn, during the end phase, if the previous effect was activated this turn, return this card to the extra deck. And if you do, special summon a Gold Pride Leon from your deck or graveyard. This one is relatively mediocre, I would say. However, that like some decks could potentially make this. Yeah.
6 Light Thunder Synchro monster.
It's fine. It's not a reason to pick up the deck, but it's like an okay generic synchro because it's like a generic. It's a generic monster destruction, right? In any deck that has like lower life points. Like if
This
you
card
play
takes one
like
tuner plus one or more
Punk and you can
non-tuner
make a level
monsters to
6
summon,
synchro,
so while you can bring it out
it's
using
monster
Leon and
disruption.
Captain Carry, it is generically summonable as well. And it says during the main phase quick effect, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls. This card gains attack equal to that target's original attack. Then if your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can destroy that
It's not
monster.
a horrible
You can
generic
only use the
synchro.
previous
Absolutely
effect
not.
of Gold Pride Star Leon once per turn. Once per turn during the end phase, if the previous effect was activated this turn, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon one Gold Pride Leon from your deck or graveyard. Star Leon is really cool and pretty versatile. When you're summoning it on your turn, you're probably just trying to do a ton of damage by giving it a bunch of attack points using its own effect or Captain Carries, but on the opponent's turn, it's more of an interruption effect.
It's also a pretty good board breaking / OTK tool. Like you just summon this, destroy an opponent's monster, you gain its attack, and then you just gain the attack and destroy the monster. So like if you bait out a Baron negate and then you pop a Baron with this thing is 5,000.
Effect that then floats into a combo resetter by summoning the Leon during the end phase.
When you're
Next
trying
up,
to
we
break
have
a board
Gold
and
Pride
attack.
Nitro Head, a level 8
Nitro head. Nitro head. Okay. If your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your opponent's standby phase, okay, I don't like that, you can special summon a Nitro token, level 8, attack 0, defense 0, to your opponent's field, but it cannot be used as link material. During your opponent's main phase quick effect, you can target a Nitro token on the field, destroy that token, also destroy all cards in its adjacent monster zones and spell and trap zones. You can only use each effect of Gold Pride Nitro Head once per turn. So you special this, give them a token, and when they play next to the token, you can pop the cards?
Fire Pyro effect monster
Okay.
with 2300 attack and
I
2600
don't know.
defense.
I
This
mean,
card says if your life
it
points
seems
are lower
like
than-
most decks have an easy time playing around this. It destroys all 5... Wait, what do you mean 5 zones? Okay, what zone? What's an adjacent zone? It's like you... Let's say I summon the token to a zone that's like right in the middle. Adjacent monster zones and spell and trap zones. So, but it would only go like a plus, right? It would only go like a plus. If I summon it under the extra monster zone, I would destroy that extra monster zone, the spell and trap zone under it, and the 2 next to that, right? It's a plus. Yeah, okay. But it's like, this is only good. This is only interesting if you can consistently like occupy the other extra monster zone. If you occupy the other extra monster zone with a monster that doesn't give them an arrow, right? Then you can at any point pop like a link monster that they summon.
Your opponents, you can special summon this card from your
But
hand.
still
During your
not-
opponent's standby phase, you can special summon one Nitro.
This one feels like a card that you don't... I wouldn't really try to play this, but maybe you do. But it's not something that you should be working towards having at part of your end combo. It's a nice bonus if you have that, right? It's a nice bonus for a deck, but it's not something that you would want to work towards, is what I'm saying. Like, if the Gold Pride deck ends up having a combo that just randomly ends on this card, okay, we'll take it as a one-off, maybe.
Hi, Josh.
But I don't think
Hope
we're
you're
gonna
having a
like
nice stream,
try and
Joshy, go hard.
actively make this card live because it's too easy to play around. It is good against Kashtira, that is true. Blocks evenly, impermanence, valid arguments, but still, I don't think you would really try and focus a deck around this card. But if you can like search it as a one-of and just like get it out for free, maybe it's aight. Dan05, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support.
Token Pyro Fire level 8, attack 0, defense 0
Okay.
to your opponent's field, but it cannot be used as link material. During your opponent's main phase quick effect, you can target one Nitro token on the field, destroy
I do
that
not
token,
see enough tutoring or searching. Yeah, for the
and
first
also
wave,
destroy
it's
all
probably
cards
not
in
going to
its
have
adjacent
enough
monster
tools.
zones and spell and trap zones. Nitro Head is a pretty unique card that gives the opponent this terrible token that they don't really want to deal with. Tokens already can't be used as Xyz material. This token can't be used as link material.
It's a little sus that they wrote it can't be used as link and didn't exclude any of the other ones, right? That means that Despia can like make a Guardian Chimera with it. That means that some decks might be able to just tribute summon over it whenever that's a thing, right? Why didn't they just say, like, if that was their intention to give them a token that's essentially unusable, why don't you make it that? Why don't you make it unusable, right? It's like randomly, if I have a Bestial in hand and I can't play around the token, I contribute it. Right? Randomly, if I'm playing against Despia, suddenly the token is actually a downside because they can just poly it into whatever. So That's a little weird, but okay.
And it's level 8, which is pretty awkward for synchro material. And this token is really useful because in Photon Hypernova...
Also, you can synchro with it, like random level 2 tuners in some decks, or random like effect veilers you can summon in level 9 synchro, if you want that, I don't know.
We get more Kashtira support, and many of the Kashtira cards can special summon themselves if you control no monsters. So if you give your opponent a token during their standby phase, they won't be able to special summon some of their best monster cards. But regardless of if your opponent cares about the token or not, you always have that great second effect, which allows you to pop the token and the cards adjacent to it.
Yeah, if your opponent summons into those zones instead of just using those. So like, that's what I mean. Like, this opponent could have just played here, here, and here.
The token and the cards adjacent to it. Nitro Head's extra monster is Gold Pride Nitro Blaster, a Pyro Link.
Gold Pride Nitro Blaster. Wait, I thought this was a synchro archetype. All right. 2 gold prides with different levels, which at the time of currently, that means both of the first ones were level 3, so those don't make this. So you need like one of those 2 plus the synchro, or one of those 2 plus the thingy. You can target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Then, if your life points are lower than your opponent, you can destroy all cards in its adjacent monster zones and spell and trap zones. I find it weird that it says adjacent spell and trap zones, because the way I understand it is this can only ever be one. It can only ever be one adjacent spell and trap zone. It can never be multiple. How can a monster be adjacent to multiple spell and trap zones? Makes no sense, but okay. You can only use this effect of Gold Pride Nitro Blaster once per turn. Once per turn, during the end phase, if this effect was activated this turn, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon a Nitro Head from your deck or grave. Okay, so this is the corresponding monster to Nitro Head, is the Nitro Blaster.
Monster with 2300 attack.
Ooh, this is nice. The fact that you get, like, if you use this on your turn, you get to end on the Nitro Blaster. The Nitro Head, I mean. You tag out into the Nitro Head, and that's actually one you want to have on the board when you end your turn, right?
And this card says you can target one monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Then, if your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can destroy all cards in its adjacent monster zones and spell and trap zones. You can only use this effect of Gold Pride Nitro Blaster once per turn. Once per turn during the end phase, if this effect was activated this turn, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon one Gold Pride Nitro Head from your deck or graveyard. Nitro Blaster is hugely important for the Gold Pride deck because this is the best way to break the opponent's board. As long as you are at lower life points than them, you can potentially blow up to 5 cards with one ability, which is pretty
true.
crazy.
If you don't pay attention to the zones against Gold Pride, it looks like that can
tag out into
punish
Nitro
you.
Head, which can lock your opponent down during the standby phase. This card's also great because if you have mismatching levels with your Gold Pride monsters and you can't really make any synchros, you can at least go into this. We also have the main starter card for the archetype, Gold Pride, the Crowd Goes Wild. This is a normal spell.
Okay, secret rare. Gold Pride, the Crowd Goes Wild. Reveal a Gold Pride monster in your hand. Add a Gold Pride monster with a different name from your deck to your hand. Then you can apply the following effect. Special summon a Gold Pride from your hand, but lose life points equal to its original attack. You can only activate one Gold Pride, the Crowd Goes Wild per turn. Okay. This card is very good. This card is very good. The problem with this card is that it requires another card in hand. You already need a monster for this. But the most important thing about this card is that it loses life points, right? This is basically what it does. It's kind of like a sprite starter, but it requires you to have a card in your hand, which is like okay. But the entire problem that I see with this archetype up until this point, I don't know if this is the last card. Let me finish watching, but this is a good card. We don't have to talk about it. I mean, it's a good card. It has a requirement,
add one
but
Gold
it's
Pride
still a
monster with
good
a different
card.
name from your deck to your hand. Then you can apply the following effect. Special summon one Gold Pride monster from your hand, but you lose life points equal to its original attack. You might have noticed already that the Gold Pride monster cards don't have effects that can lower your own life points. Luckily, there are other ways to do that, like this card. Gold Pride, the Crowd Goes Wild is an absolutely insane piece of support for this archetype. It adds a monster to your hand, it special summons a monster, and it lowers your life points. 3 things
There still
you really
has to
want
be a
do
trap,
on
right?
turn
Because we
1.
can
Finally,
add a
we
trap
have Gold
off of one
Pride
of the
Start Your
monsters.
Engines, a normal trap card that Captain Carry can add to your hand for free. This card says if your opponent normal or special summons a monster or monsters, target one of those monsters, reveal 3 Gold Pride monsters from your deck. Your opponent randomly picks one for you to special summon, shuffle the rest into your deck, then destroy the targeted monster.
Reveal 3 Gold Prides from your deck. Your opponent randomly picks one for you to special summon. Shuffle the rest, then destroy the monster. Okay, so it's like an emergency teleport plus a destruction. Interesting. Not the worst trap card to search as a one-off for free. Not the worst.
is not restricted to once per turn, so if you do happen to open multiple copies, you are
this the
allowed to
last
use multiples.
card?
That being said, this card is
Looks
good.
like
You know,
it.
it pops a summoned monster, which is already pretty strong, and then it brings out a gold pride monster right from your deck. Now, of course, the monster is randomly picked, but you don't have to pick differently named gold pride monsters for this card's effect, which means if you happen to have 3 of a card you want to bring out in your deck still, you can just reveal all 3 of the same card, and your opponent is kind of forced to pick the one that you wanted to. The gold pride archetype is off to a great start, and if you want to play this deck right now, I think the best archetype to combine it with is probably Punk. The Punk cards pay life points, they synchro summon, they special summon. They're
I mean, I'm down to like we can lab some Punk Gold Pride next week. I don't think it's gonna be exceptionally strong from the cards I've seen so far, but I'm down to lab it. It's Sally J. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. So the thing is, so this is all the new cards. All right, this is all the new cards. This archetype. How do I evaluate this? This archetype does not strike me as bad. It's definitely not bad. None of the card. What I do like about this is that they did not throw any card in here that I feel like is completely garbage, like they did with Goatee, right? Some of these cards are definitely solid. Some of them are better than others. Some of them are maybe a little bit more fringe, like Nitro Head. But all of those cards are like not. They're not. None of those cards are garbage. Which was a big problem with the Goatee archetype. Like Goatee had a couple of interesting cards, but like for the most part, they just had too many bad cards, right? This is an archetype that I feel like with another wave of proper support, maybe this can work. Specifically, what I think this archetype needs is consistent ways to lose life points, right? Something as simple as an unlimiting of Upstart Goblin could even help this out a lot, because like that would just be another card that turns all of your cards into extenders, right? That turns all of your cards into incredible extenders, right? Also, just they would need more spell cards. They would need another, like if they could get another good spell card that you can use in order to lose some life points, that would also be very good. Of course, this also comes with the problem of like, you know, we all know the time rules don't really favor decks that try to lose life points, so that's a problem for the deck. But overall, I mean, if you can manage to get lower life points than your opponent, this thing is just a free tuner extender level 3 from your hand that creates card advantage and comes with a quick effect synchro on your opponent's turn. Not bad. This thing is a quick effect extender that adds a trap card from your deck to your hand. Also not bad. This one doesn't even lock you, so like you get a trap card that isn't terrible, and you get a free special summon. The graveyard effect is pretty much irrelevant, but it's alright. And then we have like the synchro, which isn't terrible, like even as a generic level 6 is not great, but it's aight. And then like this thing is kind of this one feels like a meme to me at this point in time. I don't know if I would really the thing is, so far there's not really a way to search any of those cards except for this, right? And I feel like at the point where you're activating this, most of the time you're going to want to add one of the other two, like, so I don't know. I think on a just card design wise though, they are not a badly designed archetype. But they're not going to be good for YCS Lyon. I can tell you that much. We can we can spend like an hour or two next week trying to lab some combos up with like a Punk Gold Pride, but I don't think it's going to be a thing yet with only 7 cards. With only 7 cards, I don't think this is going to be amazing yet. But this is one of those archetypes where if they do the right support for this, it could be okay. Right? If they do the right support wave in the next set, this could be okay, right? If the next wave has bad support, then this is going to be bad. Straight up. If there's no good support for this, I don't think this is strong enough what we have yet. But interesting. Also, this is going to be 2 secret rares added to the list of confirmed secret rares, which, what do we have now for secret rares? We have Arise Up. We have 3 Kashtira secrets, 2 Gold Pride secrets. We have Weight Measuring. We have Sargas. 7. 7 is what we have, right? Am I missing something? 7 confirmed secrets. 7 confirmed secrets, and there's going to be 10 secrets total. So we're missing 3. Which, I mean, you can drop your guesses. I personally think tactics tasking is going to be one of them, unfortunately. But so far, it's looking like, except for tasking and except for Kashtira, everything else has like reasonable prices. Which I guess is a good thing for everyone that isn't trying to play Kashtira. I think that's the takeaway. The takeaway is like everyone who isn't trying to play Kashtira is fine. Everyone who isn't trying to play Kashtira is fine. But okay. Hey, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And once again, don't forget, I know I normally don't stream. I know I normally don't stream on Fridays, but tomorrow I will be live. Tomorrow I will be live. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow into my Challenger Cup or play in the Challenger Cup if you want to. Without further ado, until then, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a great rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to Farfa, and you enjoy his stream for the rest of it. And yeah, hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for all the subs, all the follows. Appreciate every single one of you. Your support is amazing as always. See you tomorrow. And if you're playing in the Challenger Cup, good luck. If you're only watching, then we'll talk tomorrow. And bye bye everyone. Peace.